What's up, young bucks, old goats? Cheers, fellas. Here's to swimming with bow-legged women.
700 men go in the water.
How you guys doing?
Excellent.
Peachy King.
It's Friday. I'm drinking some bourbon, hanging out with the boys. I got a bunch of toys behind me. What else?
Actually, you have a cocoon of toys.
I have a cocoon of toys behind me. Not a cocoon of horror, like Mike Tyson said one time to one of his opponents. Who was that? Do you remember?
No.
I think it was a big. Did he fight a guy named Peter McNeely?
That sounds like a white guy he flattened really quick.
Yes, but he met. Or no, that guy said it about Mike Tyson, if I'm not mistaken. He said, I'm going to put him in a cocoon of horror. I could be fucking that up. I don't remember who said what. But anyways, that's my cocoon of toys. And I have a lot of stuff. Maybe I'll break it up. Maybe I'll just show a little bit from Man of Action figures first. And then later on in the show, I'll do like the other half. Let me see how I could do this. First, let's go full screen here real quick. And then we'll get to the show. The show tonight, we're gonna talk our conspiracy of the week. We're doing some segments now. We're gonna do one every week, hopefully. So this one, we're gonna get into some J. Edgar Hoover stuff that Hialeah selected. I'll ask him why he picked that later. He also picked the album of the week that we're gonna review this week, which is U2. So we'll talk about that later. U2 Akchung Baby. Is that how you pronounce that?
Achtung.
Akchung. In what language is that?
German.
Okay. And they're not even German.
No, but I believe they recorded it in Germany. That's why I got the name.
Okay.
They're Irish.
We'll get into all that shit later. We're going to talk about the movie that we reviewed this week. We're going to try to review a movie every week. I Am Mother, which is on Netflix. And then I'll give you a sneak preview of my player of the week we're going to talk about this week, just right there. That's the player of the week. We'll get into him later. Okay, but first,
how did you pick? Well, we'll get into it later.
I'll tell you exactly how I picked him. Yeah, I know why. I do know why I did it. Actually, and sometimes you don't know why, but you'll see. All right, so I'm going to show you some toys from Man of Action Figures. Montoya.
What up? You're frozen, Randy.
You may have unplugged your internet.
What's that?
You were frozen.
I think you're back. I think you're okay now.
All right. Anyways, that is Inigo Montoya.
That's an action figure?
Yes, from McFarlane. What else do I have? I have an animated series, Superman there. Also McFarlane. Wolfman, NECA.
Nice.
Action figure. Are you guys a fan of this movie? Either iteration?
They're not bad. There wasn't bad.
I saw one of them at least, and it wasn't terrible.
Are you of the new ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How about this old one? You guys remember this original one that was a TV movie?
Yeah, it was with Richard Harris, I believe.
Was he the clown? Pennywise?
No, he was the main kid that got chased.
Okay. I don't remember any of the actors, but
the clown was the guy from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah, I believe you're right. Yeah. Can't remember the guy's name.
Yeah, I can't remember right now.
What up, Freedom Pineapple?
Hey, yo.
So I got Stranger Things. That's a 1/6 scale Demogorgon there.
Is that thing ever coming back?
Yeah, I think this year it comes back.
Okay.
That's a cool 2-pack from Halloween there. That's Michael Myers and what's the other guy's name? Dr. Loomis.
Yes.
Donald Pleasance.
Donald Pleasance, that's his name.
I got Living Dead dolls, Fester and It here.
Uncle Fester.
Yes, Uncle Fester, if you want to be more formal. Life After Death album, Biggie right there. I got the eliminated LeBron James pop from Space Jam. He can go do another Space Jam movie now. He's gonna have a lot of free time.
Yeah.
He's out for the year now, right? Or they finally, since they've been eliminated.
Oh yeah. Oh, I don't know. That's a good question. I wonder if he is.
Yeah, they are eliminated, and they did rule him out for the year. I'm assuming because they're eliminated, they're like, all right, you're banged up.
Wow.
Anyways.
What is that guy's next move, huh?
He wants to play with Steph Curry.
Yeah, I heard something about that.
Boba Fett bust, right there. That's a half scale. I believe that's a half scale bust. What else do I have? You know what? I think that's good for now. That's a Wasp gallery there. Oh, these are pretty cool. I'll put this down and I'll show you.
You showed that Superman.
Tim Curry. Thank you, Freedom. Yeah, it was Tim Curry.
There you go. Good job. What were you saying, Bum?
You show that Superman there. I just happened to see like a little documentary on YouTube of how major the 1978 Superman with Christopher Reeve was in the whole, superhero, bringing that back, to live action. They had, for the time, very good technology, great cast. It was like a pretty big deal.
It's like the sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. Do you remember the excitement when that movie came out? I do.
I do. I know where I saw it.
That movie was a big deal, bro.
It's like the Godfather of modern day comic movies, right? Basically.
Yes.
I know it's not the first, but
Hialeah Cinema next to Treasury.
Did you happen to have KFC?
Yeah, next to Treasuries
afterwards, by any chance?
No,
I've heard it's good.
So.
Hey, let me show a couple more things and then we'll move on real quick.
Oh, dude, we got a conversation coming. I feel it.
Do you guys remember this at all?
Absolutely. Oh, of course, dude. Lindsay Wagner.
Now, was this a playoff, the Bionic Man or the million?
They even hooked up.
They even what?
They hooked up.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the FemBop version, and then we have the regular version.
Yeah, dude, she had the hearing, right?
She had the hearing, and I think the legs and one arm, maybe.
And one arm.
Reanimator. This is a NECA 8-inch retro cloth figure.
I've never watched that.
Actually, it's not too bad for the time in context, right?
I've never seen it.
All right, that's cool. I'll show some more toys later on from Man of Action Figures. All that stuff you can get in the store at 27551 South Dixie Highway. You can get it online at manofactionfigures.com. You can call us 305-255-1987. You can email us info@manofactionfigures.com. And there you go. We can move on. But what do you guys want to start with? We have a movie of the week. We have an album of the week. We have a conspiracy of the week. That's going to be the bulk, I think, the conspiracy. Because
let's do the movie.
Go ahead. Start with the movie. The movie was Hialeah. What was our movie?
I Am Mother. And I'm sad to say I still got 30 minutes to go, dude.
Oh, you know what, dude? I fucking watched that movie today to be prepared because I was like, oh, okay. I don't want to be the guy who didn't watch the movie.
Okay. I didn't want to either, dude. I'm 30 minutes from the end, dude. I'm right there.
They're
pretty fucking important, dude.
I know.
Let me be the guy. I didn't watch the movie because I thought the format was that you were going to select the movie that we watch now for next week.
Okay, so let's do this. Well, damn, he didn't watch this whole movie, but he's not going to watch this whole movie. I don't, you know me, I'm not like Mark, who was with us, no spoiler reviews. I put in the fucking spoilers. I got to say the spoilers. So let's leave I Am Mother for next week, and next time.
I'll be here next week. I'll be there.
Well, next time. I don't know when we'll be here. 2 weeks from now or whatever. Because I'm going to ruin the movie for you.
I'm dying to. I'm sorry?
I'm going to ruin the movie for you.
Dude, I'm really enjoying it too.
All right. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't want to do it. Let's
Can
move
I
on.
just make this one comment?
Sure.
In today's day and age, I find this harder and harder, and I'm not attached to my phone. But I was watching that movie, and dude, I didn't pick up my phone once. I was into it.
So into it that you checked out 30 minutes before.
Because the show was I wouldn't be here. I'll be finishing the movie now.
Okay.
I stopped it with 30 minutes to go because right before our show.
Well, I started watching it while I was working, and I just like I had it on the background. I ended up like pretty much just watching it because I got into it too. So like I didn't do like the glance. So I stopped what I was doing and I watched all of it. But I don't want to ruin it for you because the ending is whatever.
And then that gives the bum time to watch it.
Yeah, and then he can watch it too, maybe. But what we all have at least started to watch, and you have decided you're not going to watch it, I don't think you're going to go back to it. We can talk about Power of the Dog.
Oh,
yeah, bro. Okay, yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah.
Okay, that was up for an Academy Award. I don't know if it won any. Tank's not here with us tonight. But I
don't believe it did. Or no, you know what? Didn't the guy win for Best Supporting Actor?
The guy who was in Breaking Bad?
Yes. The one that played his wife, Dunst, I think she was nominated for Best Actress and Cumberbatch was for Best Actor, right? I think they had like 3 now.
I don't know, but that movie made me get on my phone and not pay attention.
Dude, I couldn't get off my phone watching it. I couldn't get off my phone, dude.
It didn't help that the GOAT was watching it at the same time as I was. And we were both I think I was watching it a little more advanced, like ahead of him, and like it was painful. And I tried not to, ruin it for him by saying that, but he immediately started to feel that way.
Dude, it's bad.
It was nominated for Best Picture. This is Power of the Dog. It's a Netflix movie. It was nominated for Best Director, Best Adapted Screenplay, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Cinematography, Best Film Editing, Best Original Score. It's been nominated for a bunch of stuff. It won other awards, Golden Globes and BAFTAs and other ones. It got a single win. Jane Campion, I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce her name, Best Director.
Wow.
So it did the winner.
So the actors didn't even win.
Okay. So the bum started watching this. And then I happened to text him and he told me, I don't know, whatever. He mentioned he was watching it. I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll start watching it too. He was ahead of me. And then I love the Western genre generally. So I was like, fuck, there's a lot of new Westerns I keep hearing about. Let me check this thing out, man, And
good cast.
Yeah, some people, who are highly well respected. So I start watching it. Very slow to begin with, but There Will Be Blood, very slow. I love that movie. I don't know I really like that movie. I really like that movie. So whatever. That doesn't necessarily bother me. If we get somewhere, right? You know what I mean? If it ends up being worth it, you're like, oh man, that was a cool little journey. Here's my problem with the movies. You guys want to tell me what your problem was before I tell you my problem with the movie?
No, you're on a roll.
I'm on a roll. All right. It's a Western. I didn't see one goddamn gun in this movie, dude. First of all, you're out in the middle of nowhere. I don't remember seeing a gun, bum. Correct me if you saw one. Tell me when. I'll have to go watch it, but I don't remember.
Man, if there was a gun, it wasn't memorable that it immediately pops them into my head.
They talk about hunting at one time, but I don't see any guns. Nobody's got a holster on them. They're cattle ranchers. They're not necessarily cowboys, but still, people could come steal your shit. You're in the frontier, So found that weird. What I did see is, and I later as I started watching the movie, I remembered Sam Elliott. Is that the guy's name, Bum?
Yes.
Famous cowboy guy, beer commercial, Big Lebowski, Tombstone. I think he's in a. Is he in the prequel to Yellowstone? I don't know. There's
Yes.
He's in it.
Yes.
Which I haven't seen. Is that good, by the way?
I thought it was okay.
I haven't seen it.
The prequel?
I thought both of them are okay.
Yeah, I saw the Yellowstone and I didn't continue. Anyways, wow, this is a train wreck. We're just going all over the place. Back on target. Power of the Dog. I remember Sam Elliott's review. He said he hated it, dude. He hated it. He read his review out there.
Power of Dog shit.
Yeah. He was on a podcast and he fucking panned it real big. And then I remembered what he said, dude.
Elliot is the one that panned it. He was in it and he panned it.
No, he was not in it. They asked him about it because he's a big Western guy. So he was like, "You really want to talk about that dog shit?" And he said he just didn't like a lot of stuff going on in the movie. One thing he mentioned that I couldn't get it out of my mind watching the whole movie. He goes, "Goddamn, Cumberbatch doesn't take his chaps on in the whole movie. He fucking sleeps in his chaps." And then it's true, dude. Like, you see that guy in the movie, he's got his chaps on everywhere, dude. Off the horse, in the barn, in the house, in the bed. The chaps is like a tool. Like, you put that on to ride your horse, you finish your ride, you take them off. It was just so weird.
Except when he has his naked mud bath and watches his pornographic material, he takes his chaps off.
That's the only time you see him with his chaps off, and he had more than just his chaps off at that time.
Damn, dude, you just ruined the movie for me, bro.
You would have watched more if you would have known this.
No, I would have never have left.
Yeah. Believe me, that wasn't the punchline or the ending or anything, so don't worry.
So there's those two things I didn't like about the movie. And just a very slow
meandering
thing. It didn't seem like an authentic Western to me. So, but like for a guy who makes a lot of money and as a rancher and they're rich and stuff, those are a lot of cowboys laying around with their shirt off everywhere all the time, just kind of lollygagging. Nobody's really doing any work, and it was no Good, Bad, and the Ugly. It was no Unforgiven. It was no,
It was not a classic Western, no doubt about it.
No, it had they could have made it a Western, I guess. There was some cool cinematography and stuff.
So you're saying it was more like a girly Western?
It was more of a gay Western, dude. Really, is what it was.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, which I'm sure that there was gay cowboys and gay people in the of course there was, but the whole thing was pretty much that, except the brother seemed to be the only straight guy.
And I told you, there's not too many times that I watch a movie and I need to look up like a review about it to see if what I thought it was about, it was. And I had to do that with that movie.
Definitely was no Tombstone, which is one of my favorite Westerns of all time.
No, definitely not. Dude, and there wasn't really any even action in it.
Dude, that movie was terrible, bro.
What does it call that? Male tox. What is that shit they call
toxicity?
Yeah.
Toxic masculinity. I can't even fucking say it.
Toxic masculinity. That's right.
Yeah, that's what
that movie was. That movie was horrible, dude. I didn't like it. The thing that it is, I saw like 40 minutes and basically I checked out super fast. And to be honest, I didn't give a shit about any of those characters, bro.
I think that's it.
I didn't care.
What made you check out?
Well, dude, I was just on my phone because I hear them talking. I didn't hear anything of importance being said. It wasn't like with nobody, it just felt like it was just gibber, just them talking crap.
The best thing about that movie for me were the little quips that I was having between the golden eye on the phone.
You didn't
That was the
care.
best part about it.
Dude, you didn't care about those characters. You didn't give a shit.
The whole movie is basically this guy Cumberbatch who's, in this macho tough guy world, which it really wasn't. They were all laying around with their chaps on and shirts off and stuff. But anyways, they try to make it seem like this guy has, he's repressed by
He's pent up
with his true self, but then he takes it out on this kid who is obviously, gay, and then he makes a lot of fun of this kid and he treats him bad in front of the other guys. But then throughout the movie, then he starts kind of taking a liking to him, and his old lover died or what, and then he's trying to replace him, and then he's really bad to his brother's wife, and it's just, I don't know, dude. Right. I'm not, it's just not my.
So what I read about it is, it covers two things, right? So it's the toxic masculinity, but it's also a portrayal of very lonely people, right?
Mm-hmm.
The guy, Philip, his brother. I mean, he tortures his brother too,
He's a dick.
And then there's the woman who's the closet bourbon drinker, which I could appreciate that.
But she gets driven to that more than she is, right? Because of him, probably.
Yeah, she's probably on the light side and gets pushed right over the edge on that when she's on that terror ranch.
Which, why the hell do they live together? They're so damn rich. Why don't they just like, all right, I got my own house, dude. We don't got to live in the same house for you to come and, the wife is just getting treated so bad all the time. Kristen Dunst, who she does a good, the actors, I will say, with what they're given, they do. For me, what was lacking was more of the story, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And remember, it's not a Western in the traditional 1800s. It's early turn of the century. That movie probably should have been made like in the city, in the early 19th century. It probably would have made more sense than, out in the middle of nowhere in Montana or wherever that was. Cheek busters.
Hey, you compared it to There Will Be Blood, and they're very similar.
Only in the slowness.
Right? Yeah. But the thing is, There Will Be Blood starts, and Plainview, you see his daily thing, and he's going down in the mine, and even though that's like a 30-minute scene, like with no dialogue, it's just him going about his day working. You're stuck on it. You can't look away. And when he falls and all that, dude, it grabs you. Even though it's a slow grab, because that takes 30 minutes, it grabs you. This movie never grabs you. You don't give a shit. You don't.
That movie, you get so invested in who that guy is. You're like, wow, dude, this guy is just driven to the core. He will do almost anything. And then that just. Like they keep just adding on to that as the movie goes, and just like building until the end. Obviously, he drinks your milkshake.
Yeah.
At the end.
Hey, Randy, is that an Indian's hat?
Oh yeah, I do have this on. You've seen this before,
dude. That is such a badass hat, bro.
They're no longer the Indians. They're now, as of yesterday, they played their first game and lost. Cleveland Guardians. Marlins lost today in extra innings in San Francisco, I believe 6-5. They were down. They came back. So baseball's back. That's why I busted out my Indians hat.
It's a badass hat, dude.
They no longer exist. They went the way of the what's that saying?
The dodo bird.
The way of the dodo bird. Exactly. So
I don't know. Dodo bird either. Just in case.
I never got to meet one myself. It was close. We missed each other by just a few years, but
Mm-hmm. We're gonna talk about some old shit you guys probably remember coming up. But I don't know, dude. I didn't enjoy the movie. They throw in a little twist there at the end. The chaps thing really got, like, when I just kept remembering the chaps thing. I'm like, why didn't nobody take off their fucking chaps here? That might be a small problem, but in the grand scheme of things.
Maybe,
All right.
maybe when they did take them off, it was like to send a message to the other ones to know, hey, it's on.
I don't know. All right. Any other thoughts on
getting the bandana and putting it? I don't know.
Yeah, he had a bandana, dude.
Yeah.
Actually, it's almost like maybe you saw that part. I don't know.
In the back pocket, if it's outside the pocket, it's a party going on about here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I guess he got what he deserved at the end, basically.
In the end.
Yeah. All right, let's move on from Power of the Hog or Power of the Dog.
That movie is bad, dude.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the album that we're going to discuss this week. Hialeah picked this album. We'll do the segments and then we'll get into some other stories that we have. There's stuff, we haven't been on. And then last time we were on, we did strictly movies with Mark. So we didn't get into any stuff. I got a lot of other little tidbits we can get into. So U2, Achtung Baby. Achtung Baby? Baby. Why did you pick this? And give us your review.
I don't know. It came to mind. It was just, I figured it was something that wasn't going to be too weird for you guys. You might not get it, or this is a safe album to review. It's one of my favorites. It's definitely my favorite U2 album. Has my favorite a few of my favorite songs from them.
1991.
1991, I was 22. I remember I got it for this one song called The Fly. And because I like the video.
The Fly.
Yeah, it's the song called The Fly.
Yep.
Okay. And that one caught me. And so I went and bought the album, dude. And then I started listening to every other song and they fit perfect. And every song is good. The one I can't dude, I never want to hear the song again is With or Without You. Oh my God.
But that's not on this album.
Yeah, that's not.
Oh, okay, then never mind.
Yeah. Did you listen to the album of the week?
Yes. I just missed. I jumped back in time. Okay.
That's Joshua Tree, right?
That's Joshua Tree.
Yeah. And is Joshua Tree their rookie thing or their second album?
That's their third, I think.
Oh, really?
Third or fourth? Yeah. Okay, so
Baby is after.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Achtung Baby is after, right?
Right. What I was wondering, Joshua Tree, if it was number 2 or the.
I think there's one called War. There's one called Boy. Right.
So Achtung Baby is their 4th album.
It might be their 3rd. I don't know. Is there another one in there that I'm missing?
I thought there was a few more before.
Oh, the Unforgettable Fire.
Yes.
Album, right.
I think that's 1 or 2.
Nah, I'm gonna look it up.
I think that's 3. That's right before Joshua Tree.
This is a fucking disaster.
I think it's War, Boy, Unforgettable Fire.
I got it right here.
Joshua Tree.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, and then there was Rattle and Hum.
Yes.
Yes. Oh, Rattle and Hum between Achtung Baby, right?
There you go. So yeah, Boy was 1980. October was 1981. War was 1983. The Unforgettable Fire 1984. Joshua Tree 87. Rattle and Hum 1988. Achtung Baby 1991.
And although it's doesn't have With or Without You, dude, I like every song. I like every song. My favorite U2 song is "To the End of the World."
I like that one. I like that one.
Fucking love that song is.
I love that line in that one. Like I can't remember right now exactly. We were
except you. You were talking about the end of the world.
Yeah,
and then
we were in a party. Everybody's having a great time except you, and you were talking about.
You were talking about it was the end. Oh, dude, what a great little. It's fucking badass, dude.
But the banger on that album for me. So here's the thing about that album for me. It's one of those ones you can listen to the whole thing. It's truly an album, right? It's like It's not like. In that era, there was a lot of shit you would buy, and there's like, oh, there's 2 good songs on this, and the rest is just whatever, bro. That is a work of art. You can listen to the whole thing, but there wasn't there's not too many for me personally that I'll dial up individually. Too much, except and obviously it's got a lot of play on MTV and all shit. But the Mysterious Ways, that one for me is the banger.
Yeah, that's my favorite.
Yeah, just great guitar. It's like, dude, you could tell like they fucking well produced. It's just fucking really, really well made. I wonder sometimes live. Anybody ever see him live?
Yeah, I've seen him twice.
Only one.
Does it translate? Obviously, live is never, the same as a studio. It just seems hard to replicate that in person.
Dude, they're amazing in live, dude. They're amazing.
Yeah,
I saw them with Elisa and Milton.
Yeah, I listened to the shit out of this album with them a lot too when I would go to their house. I had it, I played, but I played this album so much that I haven't heard it in.
Right.
I seem to be saying this a lot lately. In over a decade, I haven't heard this album.
You have said that a lot.
We you know what? You know where we saw them? We saw them for the Joshua Tree. We saw them at the Orange Bowl.
I did 3 things this week that I haven't done over a decade. Maybe 2 decades. 1 was listen to this album. 2, I can tell you about it later if we have time. I went to the youth fair. I hadn't done that in over a decade. And 3, if we talk about food later, I can tell you about this. I went to Outback Steakhouse that I had. Those 3 things I hadn't done in over a decade. But finishing on this album, I listened to the shit out. I think I burned this album out. You know when you burn the shit out of something and you're like, all right, I don't. And then I just really never played it again. But it was nice to listen to it again. Is this them at the peak of their powers or at the? You think it's a peak or what is this?
I thought Joshua Tree was, but I guess that depends on where your fandom is.
But it's not like you. Well, if anything, it could be sort of a plateau. But like, it's not like, oh man, they. I don't know too much about Rattle and Hum.
I think their zenith, their top.
They
were the biggest. They is when they did the.
I got you. Just an interesting.
I think it's Europa, the album that came out right after this. I think it had that. I think it's Zooropa or the Zoo TV tour, or was that for this?
That might have been around this time.
Yeah,
when they did that.
But you're right. Zooropa was 1993.
Yeah, I think that was their the top, and then that's after that they started to come down.
Hey, listen, you're asking 3 different people. He's saying Joshua Tree. You're saying the one after. I kind of think it's this one. They're kind of in that air, in their whole body of work. They're in the
top.
Maybe none of them is we could argue that, but they're at the top of their game.
Yeah,
their Thriller moment.
I think of Joshua Tree that way because that's the one that thing was everywhere, man. I think MTV was still around.
Oh yeah,
putting out videos. It was on the radio. It was on the rock side. It was on the pop side. It was on Power 96. I mean, it covered everything.
It did.
100%.
It was saturated.
I think that was sorry. I think that was the last album, and then after that, they were mega stars after that album. They kept on going higher, but that's the one that
Take Me Higher
catapulted them into.
I found out his name's not even fucking Bono, dude.
No. And the Edge's name isn't Edge.
Yeah, that's Edgar James. Did I spell that right?
Yes.
What do you guys think of him as a singer?
I'm fine with him.
Hey, real quick, just go back. Power of the Dog, 1 out of 10. What are you giving it? Just want to rate it.
A 2.
If you're being truthful, incomplete would be the grade, but all right, we'll take a 2.
It has some nice shots. That's about it. Cinematography. That was about it.
No pun intended.
No.
Bum, what are you giving it?
Yeah, I would have immediately gravitated towards a 1, but I'll give it because of the cast, and they did have some nice pictures of the wilderness. I'll give it a 2.
Wow, dude. Yeah, I'll give it 3.5. 3.5 stars. 3.5 horns. All
Oh
right.
God.
Back to you two. A little bit of a raspy voice he has. Not that you have to have a great voice for this type of music, but I did notice that today that I don't think I had noticed as much. He has kind of a little bit of a raspy voice. What else? But dude, after this, I kind of didn't really listen to this band a lot for whatever reason. Not that I disliked them or anything like that. I just, for whatever reason, I didn't continue with them. I don't know why that is. I got into other genres or whatever. Did you guys like continue with all their albums and stuff?
I think I stayed for Zero. Oh shit! No way. Yeah, I stayed for like two or three more albums.
Yeah, I think I stayed. Which is the one where they do like what the Beatles did, where they played on top of a rooftop? Is that Rattle and Hum or
Oof.
whatever that? Whatever
I'll tell
that.
you what they did afterwards. Zooropa 93.
Europa.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! No, I forgot.
Pop 1997.
That was like their techno. They were trying to put more electronic and sound more electronic for that.
That's probably why, they veered from the formula, and I was like,
Yeah.
all right, All That You Can't Leave Behind, How to Dismantle an Atomic Bomb, No Line on the Horizon. And then when Songs of Innocence came out, like I felt like they were full blown gone commercial, because like that used to come like for free on your Apple subscription or something, and I was just like, I think that started to annoy me. Every time I turned on my car or my phone, that shit would come on automatically, and it just started to annoy me. I couldn't figure out how to not make it come on. It would just come on all the time. And then they had Songs of Experience.
Yeah, I think Brand New Day or whatever that one was. That's the last one I heard.
It is an album that if you're in that mood, you could listen to the whole thing. It's a little lovey-dovey, touchy-feely. You got to be like in the mood to listen to the whole thing, right? It's a lot of love shit in it too, right?
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of pain too, man.
Yes, it's actually kind of melancholy.
Yeah, it's melancholy. Exactly.
Sad, really. If you think about
didn't even bring up the song One, dude. That song is beautiful.
Is that on here?
Yes, dude. That's an amazing song.
How does that one go?
We're one, but we're not the same.
Oh yes,
that's
each other.
Yeah, that's a beautiful song, dude.
Yes, but they're all kind of sad, really. He almost sounds drunk in a lot of the lyrics in this. If you listen to it, some of the lyrics. All right. Anything else on the album? We want to grade it. You guys want to grade it 1 through 10 horns?
Oh, dude, it's up there. I'll give it an 8.
8 horns from Hialeah. Yeah, I the fact that you can listen to the whole thing without skipping that's a good sign. I give it a 7.5. You gotta kind of be in the mood too, even though there's
a nice mix in there.
Yeah, it does a little bit. It'll bring, it'll go up and down. It's a good album, really good album. You grading it, Bum?
Yeah, I think 7.5, 8 is about right.
Okay. Before we go today, we'll pick another movie. Well, we did pick another movie. It's I Am Mother for next week or next time. I'll pick an album. Somebody else can pick a player. Somebody else can pick a conspiracy. All right. Why don't we get into this week's conspiracy, which is dude, I looked into this guy more, and
the guy who invented the vacuum cleaner, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
I wanted to make sure I looked up the right thing.
Yeah. The Hoover vacuum cleaner, of course, is what we're talking about here.
I have a ton of stuff to talk about.
Okay. I'm glad you're prepared, but that will have to wait till next week, because this week we're talking about J. Edgar Hoover, and He was the father of the FBI. He basically ran it for most from when it was created till he died, dude. The guy died as the as the FBI director. Why did you choose this guy or this angle for this week, Aelia?
Well, I have heard, I've heard, I've seen shows. I never watched the movie with DiCaprio. I never watched that, but I always heard the stories and hey, he was this, and I think I saw a documentary, and then I'm reading this book, and you might be surprised, but I'm reading this book here, Bill O'Reilly's Killing the Mob.
Why would we be surprised?
I don't know, because it's about the mob, and I'm really very anti-mob.
Really? I got fucking balls deep into the mob at one time. Not literally, just reading about it.
No, I love the mob.
When is that book from? What year is that from?
I think it was last year.
It's a recent book.
Yeah, I've read a ton of these. I have a ton of these. It's like Killing Patton, Killing Reagan.
And Bill O'Reilly writes all these.
Yeah, he writes them.
And why does he go with killing as the?
Because it chronicles like up to the moment that they die. What led up to their deaths.
Show us the thing again, the back there.
It's like the weeks. It depends on the story up to the time of their death, or let's say like the killing Reagan is about when he got shot. It's in that time. Kennedy, the same thing. It's really well written, man. I enjoy them. So I've been reading that, and they go into it, and it kind of I had it fresh on the mind.
Okay, so he's in that book extensively.
Yes.
So, Killing of the Mob takes you. I'm assuming it goes back and it takes you to the origins of the mob in the beginning. Do they cover that?
It more begins when he's super young, and he's I think he's super like in his 30s when they make him the director or some shit.
They make him acting director of the Bureau of Investigations, which is a precursor to the Federal Bureau of Investigations.
And basically, what he's hard on it at that time, it was Bonnie and Clyde.
Poor choice of words, what he's hard on, but all right.
Actually, it's John Dillinger.
What did I say?
Bonnie and Clyde.
Oh
no, he does go after them too, right?
Yeah, it's Bonnie and Clyde as well.
But John Dillinger is like.
Oh, he's D1. He's D1. Yeah. Yeah, well, he was Public Enemy. He starts the whole Public Enemy #1 shit. And
well, do you guys know about a guy named Melvin Purvis?
Yes, Pretty Boy.
Pretty Boy Floyd?
No, he's the guy who killed him, and he also killed Melvin Purvis. Killed Pretty Boy Floyd.
Yes.
Okay.
He also killed Dillinger.
Yes.
He also killed another major guy who his name, for whatever reason, I didn't get down. He killed 3 guys, I think, kind of at the same time.
He was like their top guy, right?
Was he not part of a gang?
No, Purvis was a FBI man. He was an up and coming FBI guy, Melvin Purvis. Look this up, fact check me on this because these are my notes. But I from what I remember, what I have written here. He killed Pretty Boy Floyd. He killed Dillinger and one other gangster. He becomes a national hero overnight. And Hoover is always saying, it's all about the Bureau. It's not, don't do this for personal glory, except when it's for him.
For him, exactly.
Yeah, he will take the glory for him. So he starts to hate this guy, dude, because he's getting all this attention and all this shit. He starts making his life impossible, starts getting shit on him. The guy ends up quitting. This guy holds a fucking grudge, dude. Even after he quits, dude, he still goes after him and prevents him from getting other jobs and other shit. Just to show you a little bit about how the guy operates, This guy was, arguably, employee of the fucking year, dude, or what he did. And he just fucking, because he's getting all the attention. It kind of reminds you of Castro and Che Guevara, like this guy's doing all this shit, but he's getting too popular. You want all the shit for you. You fucking,
Oh, he got Babyface Nelson and Pretty Boy Floyd.
And Dillinger. I think an all-in-one fucking swoop.
No.
Or in a close period of time.
I believe in a close period of time, but Dillinger, he got him at a theater. The other two guys, I think one was they went to like a cabin or some shit and they got him there or some shit. The third one I don't remember.
But there's a lot of stories like this about this guy.
He was, like you said, employer of the year.
Let's see. When did Dillinger die?
I think it was like 33 or something.
Oh my God.
Wow, he killed himself.
Who?
Purvis.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
Curious, right? Dillinger's death came only 2 months after Bonnie and Clyde.
Damn, that only 2 months?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I thought that was further apart.
Yeah, Dillinger was shot and killed on July 22nd, 1934. Some of the other stuff, other than he was like notorious for getting dirt on everybody, he denied the existence of the mob, right, for like a long time, supposedly.
That's what they're hitting up in this book. That's what they keep bringing up in the book. And
why is that?
Dude, because they said that they had stuff on him, bro. Meeting, I think, Frank Costello in Central Park. He would go like to the Italian restaurants that were frequented by mobsters. They supposedly had stuff on him on the mobsters. He was in their pocket.
Can I stop you for 1 second? I got the little tidbit to the previous story. The FBI named Floyd public enemy number 1 on July 23rd, 1934, following the death of John Dillinger. So, like, they got Floyd, and then, boom, the focus was on this guy. What was the name of the other guy? So I can look that up, Bum, the third guy we mentioned?
Babyface Nelson.
Great fucking names, right?
Yeah, timeless.
They all sound like fucking... So he died in November. So it was all around in 1934, but this guy Purvis was involved in all three of them.
And did they get the other big one there was Ma Barker gang?
I do not have that on my notes. I'll look it up though.
Which is the guy that I thought when you said Melvin, I think there was a Melvin Karpis who is the leader of that band or with Ma Barker.
How do you spell Ma Barker?
Or the Barker gang.
Yeah, I guess it's just like it sounds. Ma Barker. Arizona Barker, Ari Barker. Is that a woman?
Ma Barker?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's her family, her sons.
Was the mother of several American criminals who ran the Barker Carbis gang during the Public Enemy era. She died in 35, January 35. So it was all around the same time.
And Melvin Karpis, who was part of that, and it's the guy I confused, the guy you said, Melvin Purvis.
Right.
Karpis ended up, you'll have to check me here, in jail with Charles Manson and taught him how to play the guitar.
Oh my God, dude.
If I remember clearly.
How do you spell this guy's name?
Karpis.
Carpus Crispy?
Melvin Karpis, C-A-R-P-I-S, maybe?
I think it's Alvin Karpis, Bum.
Maybe Alvin.
Yeah. Nicknamed Creepy for his sinister smile and called Ray by his gang members. Canadian-born, naturalized American, criminal of Lithuanian descent, known for being a leader of the Barker Karpis gang in the 1930s. Public Enemy number 1 by the FBI. That's a picture of him right there.
Yes. He kind of looks like the other guy that they got a few years ago, Otis Toole, the serial killer. He kind of looks like that guy.
Oh God, dude, fucking son of a bitch.
So in that era, being gay or cross-dresser or whatever, that was a career ender, pretty much. So that if what you're saying, that the mob maybe had that shit on him, that would explain why maybe, he didn't really go after him. He kind of shifted towards going after communist and civil rights movement people.
Right.
More.
Exactly.
I think at one point he went back, when there was some article that came out in the news that said, yes, here's the mafia, and look, boom, 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 and then like they kind of had to, when it got in the media.
What happened was the mob was meeting like in upstate New York, all the heads of the mobs in this like a big ranch house, and all this shit happened, and a ton of mobsters got arrested. I mean, the heads of the families, and that was what's in the newspaper. And why were they meeting? Who are these people? And that's when they became celebrities, and that's when he had to admit that they do exist.
And then they went back,
right,
and got on them again. But supposedly the guy had like all these secret files on all his potential either enemies or potential enemies. They even, I think, I read at one time they had him chase a president's, was it Roosevelt? Or not him personally, but the FBI surveil Roosevelt's wife because he thought she was cheating on him.
Yeah, he looked like, from what I've read, he basically would cover both sides of the fence. His enemies and his friends, he made sure he had stuff on both, because you don't know when your friends become enemies and your enemies are your enemies, right? So he always had both sides of the line covered.
Dude, do you guys get the same impression that I get
about him?
Dude, this was one fucking sick motherfucker, bro.
Yeah, no doubt.
This guy was fucked up. Tú sabes when they say este tipo tiene complejo, bro, he was the fucking master of fucking complejos. He was fucking just.
I just remembered something. I gotta go back to YouTube for a second.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Guy was damaged.
Huh?
The guy was damaged.
Dude, he on a lot of different levels, bro.
If you're talking about me, yes. Let me go back to YouTube for 1 minute and then we'll continue with Hoover. The day that I fucking abandoned them, I remember. It's when they played the halftime at that Super Bowl and fucking Tom Brady won the first Super Bowl. I hate everything about that Super Bowl, including them. Okay? That's probably why I fucking abandoned the band. Remember he had the jacket and he pulled it out with the American flag at halftime? You guys remember that? The halftime show?
Maybe.
Anyways, back to Hoover. Yeah. Another thing, dude, when is there another example when you see somebody that's like 50 years in power when you're like, yeah, that's a good idea, that it's worked out well? Is there any other example in history when there's somebody like 50 years and you look back and you're like, damn, thank God we had that guy for 50 years? Poor girl.
Churchill was there twice, but I don't think it was for long stints.
There was a break in between, right?
There was a break in between, and then the second one wasn't that long because he wasn't liked by a lot of the party,
Right.
They hated his ass. But so I can't say him.
And FDR was there for 3 terms, but that ain't 50 years.
That ain't 50 years, exactly.
That was like legit. You could say that was out of necessity, right? Like, is there a lot of people arguing like, oh, this guy just wanted to fucking extend?
No,
it was just that back then there weren't term limits.
Were there term limits, and they just did it because of the?
There was no term limits.
Term limits.
But he was the only one that did 3.
Right.
They were created after him?
Yes.
Yes, that ended after him.
What number president was he?
What number are we? We're on 46. That was probably what, in the 30s,
Yeah.
32 or something, 33.
Isn't that surprising that nobody did it before him?
The thing before, there wasn't a lot of back-to-back terms.
I think Washington may have been there pretty long, but I don't think they considered it back then the same. Because I don't think they obviously didn't have term limits there either.
Yeah. I think
When was his term? This guy we're talking about right now?
40,
Oh,
30, 32,
Yeah.
32 to 44.
Something like, or 45, yeah.
Yeah, and 47 is when they enacted the term limits to 2 terms, total of 8 years. However, it is possible for an individual to serve up to 10 years as president. I assume that will be in the case a vice president becomes president 2 years.
No, then it could be 3 years too, right?
Well, if it would be 3 years, I guess that would not enable them to go for the other term.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
So it can only be 10. So
Right.
if Kamala Harris were to become president within the last 2 years of Biden's presidency, she could theoretically run for president and then run for president again, total of 10 years or less.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, which I think LBJ would he have been in that sort of scenario? Or
Yeah, you know what? He probably would have been.
Yeah, I don't remember.
So he finished Kennedy's term,
Right.
Mhm.
got reelected, and then he famously got on TV and said, "I will not
Right, yeah.
seek nomination of my party."
But he could have.
He
He
could
could
have.
have.
Yeah.
Yes, because it was less than 2 years,
Yeah.
the completion of Kennedy's original term.
But he was destroyed by the Vietnam War, so he did not attempt to run again.
Yeah.
Well, there's a tie-in to him to this. Oh, there's a lot, but he did a special exemption for Hoover, where at age 70 he would have had to retire because of some. And I don't know enough about this limitation, but supposedly at age 70, if you're some sort of civil servant, I don't know if this extends to anybody else, but he would have had to retire, and he exempted him from that, and that enabled him to stay in his position through his death, which, I think it was only a couple years later, but he did that for him.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you think about your question, lifetime appointments, the Supreme Court would fall under that.
Excellent.
Until you die.
Yes.
Now, who is it up to choose if they're fit?
I'm sure they have like specialists and all that come in and evaluate them. I'm sure they do a ton of mental tests.
I don't know if there's an amendment, like a 25th Amendment, if that's what you're asking, where they could be removed or something like that. Like
Due to health, due to health, you probably that has to be in there, no?
Yeah, what I'm saying is, if you leave it completely up to them, then oh, wait a second, this person's off their rocker. We can't
exactly.
We can't let them make this choice. Should there be a mandatory age limit for any civil servant position, you think?
Well, again, I don't think there's too many lifetime appointments.
But I don't think there is an age limit, right? Obviously, the last 2 presidents have been in their 70s.
Oh, so you're saying age limits for the president?
No, just that's a civil. Yeah. Civil servant, politician, judge, mayor, whatever.
How would that not be age discrimination then?
Can you be an 85-year-old cop?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Okay.
You certainly don't see them.
No.
Randy, do you have a year?
what number would I say would be a good number?
I have mine.
Dude, I would say obviously, you know, for a police officer, I would say it has to be less, you know, than you know, a president or something like that. You know, you could, you know, let's face it, dude. You know, police officer is a physical job many times. You know, so you know, while it may be up here, it may be not in your physical.
Maybe that's the criteria. As long as you could perform your duty, you could stay in the position.
Yeah, maybe there's some sort of training. Hey, you got to be able to run X amount of miles. Right. Some cops may not even be able to do that right now that are young. You know, what the fuck do I know? I feel like, dude, maybe, you know, 70 to 75 would be,
for what? You know, for a president?
For a politician.
The number I have is 75. That's the number I have. All right, he froze.
Yes, he did.
Do you have a year, Bum?
I don't know. I'm thinking like 70, 72, something like that.
Yeah, dude, I think
people are living longer too.
No,
so
they are, dude, but just I think it's almost like, you know, you're not gonna. The president can't be anybody under 35, right? Is it 30? I believe it's 35. You got to be at least 35 years old, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You're going already towards the opposite. A person that's 35 is pretty much aware. Hey, man, I could start feeling the old coming, you know. But I'm still, you know, I still like to go out. I still, you know, do things and all that. You're more in tune with both sides. When it gets already into the over 75, dude, you're really so far removed from a humongous part of your population that you have. Dude, it's two different worlds that these people grew up in. How can you understand them? You know, and that's just the way I see it. I think it's such a huge gap.
I was looking at while you were talking, the longest serving Supreme Court justices, 36 years.
Is the record?
William Douglas.
How long was Ruth Ginsburg? Wasn't she there a long time too, and up into her death?
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, I don't know if she was there a long time though.
Okay, that I don't know. I don't know enough about her. I certainly don't want to say
27 years she was on.
Okay. But like somebody who got appointed really late in life, I guess it takes a lot to get there. You're not gonna, even though this lady who's just getting in there now is probably one of the youngest ones, right?
Well, the court itself now is pretty young if you look at it.
It is.
But Ruth Bader Ginsburg with 27 years of service is.
I called her Ruth Gator. My bad.
Yeah, is number 25 on the list.
Oh, really?
Longest serving?
Yeah, longest serving.
Just the judges, though, right? You're talking about?
Right. Because I don't. When I think of lifetime appointments, that's the one that popped into my head. There may be others that I'm not thinking of.
Well, there's some that aren't necessarily called lifetime appointments that end up being fucking long, you know, careers in different fields.
No, because just about everything has term limits.
Well, you can move around. You know, you could be a mayor, then you could be a governor, then you could be a senator, then you could be a president, and you could be a vice president. You can move around.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea to have a limit. That's not to say that like somebody who's 76 can't provide, you know, something, but maybe they shouldn't. Maybe they should be some sort of counsel or, you know, somebody that gets. But maybe they're not doing the day-to-day, you know, hustle and bustle thing, you know. Anyways, went off on a tangent. So the main conspiracies you hear about this guy, other than the secret files, is the main thing that comes up is the gay stuff, the transvestite stuff.
Cross-dressing.
Right, which is a transvestite, right?
Is it? I'm not sure.
It's a cross-dresser.
What's a transvestite?
Is that when you switch?
You're switching, yeah. You're transitioning. You're transitioning.
That's a transsexual. I believe a transvestite is another word for cross-dresser.
It may be the official scientific.
I heard that name a lot while I was researching this guy.
They
kept throwing out that name for him. And that there was some pictures of him that the mob had, and they held it over his head, and for fear of that coming out, he didn't really go hard after them for some time.
Yes, you're correct. A person who dresses in the opposing sex, typically.
And then he had his right-hand man, which was, what's this guy's name?
Armie Hammer. At least in the movie it was, but.
What's the guy's name? The real life guy.
Is that movie good?
It's okay, man.
I've never watched it.
Didn't know it was Clint Eastwood. What's the guy's name, guys?
Is it Parker?
Clark?
Mark Clark was the Black Panther leader who they say he had something to do with his murder. I don't know if you guys heard about that one.
That's the young guy, and he was like 21.
He was their leader.
They shot him in bed with his wife.
Yeah, Fred Hampton was the other guy.
Oh, dude, that's some bullshit in that.
Oh, hey, when you want to look at another conspiracy of that time, just look up Malcolm X.
Oh, yeah.
100%. God damn it! I can't find my notes with that guy. This was like his lifelong right-hand man, dude. This is the most, to me. Not that whatever. That was a career ender at the time. Now that might even get you more a higher position now in some places.
Clyde Tolson.
Tolson was his right-hand man. Thank you.
Yes.
And this guy, Hoover was never married. There's some stories of a couple of girlfriends, maybe a one-night thing here, but that guy would travel with him. They'd have dinner all the time. Not to say that that makes you gay, or that obviously that there's anything wrong with that. Just at that time where the country was, he probably would career ender, right? Would you say at that time?
Yes.
But to me, if you're looking at that rumor, not that it matters, but if you're looking at that rumor and you want to say, there's some evidence here or there, that guy got his entire estate, which was like $500,000 at the time when he died. He got the flag that he got his house.
Yes.
So
the movie does not hide that at all. It clearly shows that they had a relationship. I mean, they show them kissing and, it doesn't hide that at all.
Yeah. So, I think he would say he's married to the Bureau. I'm not married, but I'm married to the Bureau. Had a lot of watch lists.
Complejo.
A lot of people that were on his list to like watch: Marilyn Monroe, Helen Keller, Jackie Robinson, Walt Disney, Charlie Chaplin, Lucille Ball. And this one was hard to believe, but even Steve Jobs. How does that one even make sense?
Steve Jobs? How could that be?
What year did he die?
72.
Steve Jobs was
like 12?
Yeah.
I don't think he was 12.
Dude, he was like 12.
Or was this
if that?
Or maybe this was a joke.
I think so.
You know what? He probably was like 12 or 14. Right in that area. You're right, Bum.
Let's see. This could have been a joke.
Yeah, I don't think they would have ever crossed paths.
No, he was far too young.
Unless Hoover really started to look at like kids, you know,
Embryos.
as they were developing as a potential threat. I mean, that guy was.
I think I didn't pick up on the joke on what I was listening on, and they got me.
Okay.
But the other ones are true.
Yes.
Who? Real quick, or not even real quick. Let's take our time.
Take your time. Why are we in a rush?
Let's say they have a list today. Who's on that list today?
Who do we think the FBI is watching today, or who do we think
Who would be on the J. Edgar Hoover's list?
Who would J. Edgar Hoover be watching
Today, of today's people.
Well, just because he did every single president, he'd be watching the president, obviously.
Okay.
Right? I mean, we don't even need to go any further.
Right.
He watched every president.
Right.
Then he'd be watching this guy for sure.
No, I want to take my time too.
What up, dog?
Just let it flow. You know what I mean?
You walked into FBI watch list right now.
Would you watching Big Remo? On the list?
No. Just take your time.
Hey, Remo, bro.
What's up, baby?
I've missed you, man.
I missed you so much, man. I missed you guys, man.
Hey, man,
I'm trying to pull off a coup right quick, man.
Ooh.
Like the wife gave me a blessing, man, but I'm trying to figure a couple things out, man. But I might try and come visit, man.
Oh,
hell yeah, dude.
Oh, shit.
Possibility, man. It's a possibility.
That'll be crazy.
Yeah.
That's gonna be crazy.
Only for a couple of days, but I'm getting a pass, so you know what I mean. So
shit, that'll be crazy, bro.
When is this, bro?
I don't want to say, man, because
right.
you know what I mean. I don't want to have to, you know, if I have to back out, I don't want it to be too much. You know what I mean?
Cool.
I hear you. You only coming for 2 days, though?
Possibly 3. Yeah. It's like a real quick trip, man.
That's cool. Bro.
But I think everybody, it would be, if I can make it out, it'd be good for everybody. You know what I mean?
Good.
Hell yeah.
Good.
But how you guys been, man?
Good.
Hanging, bro. We're doing all right, dude. You?
I got this new job, man, and they're like, man, you know when you like, you know when you talk too good and then you get it and you gotta like perform.
Remember all that shit you told us that you could do, bro? Yeah, we really need you to. We need you to do that shit.
Yeah,
bro.
man. They were like, oh, so you're good like that. So yeah. Here you go.
Hey, that's what I told Randy when he hired me. Yeah, bro, I'm great with computers, bro. I know these shit. I'm fucking the bomb, dude. I know everything about computers.
Oh my god, man. They were like, here you go. And I was just like, fuck. And then my mentor fucking he left and went to his old company like right when he was like transitioning like to give me like just some of his stuff, right? He was like, he called me into the office. He was like, yeah, let's have a meeting like around 2. And I'm like, all right,
here's all my stuff, dude.
He was gonna like grill me on some shit, like on whatever he was teaching me. I'm like, all right, I'm ready for this shit, you know. He comes in there, we're shooting this shit, and he's like, yeah, man. He's like, Friday's my last day. And I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, man. No, actually, he called me because his son was sick, so he was off a few days, and we had been taking this little conference room around the corner from our office, and he was like, man, I'll just train you like an hour a day, and he was like, you'll have it in no time. I was like, all right, cool. So one day, he was, for a while, his son kept getting sick off and on, so he would have to go out for like, you know, days, weeks at a time, you know. So this time I didn't think anything of it. He was off for like a couple of days. And then we had been waiting for this one guy to come. He was transferring from Mexicali. So we had been waiting for him they had been waiting for him since August. And finally all his paperwork came through and everything. So he came over. And like 4 days later, he calls me on the phone and he's like, hey man, he's like, I'm gonna, book a Zoom meeting so we can have a meeting. And then, you know, you can ask me questions and stuff. And I was like, all right, cool. So he hits me up and he's like, hey man, you know, like if someone calls you, they're like, man, I quit. You know, and you're like, you fucking. He was like, bro, Friday is my last day. And I was like, you're like, I was like thinking it was a joke. You know what I mean? We had, you know, I thought it was a joke. He was like, nah, man. He's like,
We always think it's a joke when some shocking thing happens.
Because I understood the severity if he was telling the truth. You know what I mean? Like it would be like catastrophic. You know what I mean? So he's like, and I had just went permanent, literally like the week before. Like he was like, my boss.
He got you in the company?
No. He was just the guy tasked with like training.
Got it.
You know what I mean? So
what field are you in? Can we ask you that?
I'm a production planner. You know what I'm saying? So in manufacturing, so like I have lines, and you know what I'm saying, I gotta keep the motherfuckers rolling. You know what I'm saying? I gotta make sure we have enough parts to build. And I'm in the medical device field, so it's like I gotta juggle between stuff that's for human use and stuff that's not for human use. So you know, I got a bunch of engineers. You know what I'm saying? I'm in the MPI, so it's like it's with innovation. So my engineers are always constantly bettering the product. So they always come, we want to, you know, play around with this. Can we build one of these? Can you build us one of these? So I'll be all right. So I'll give them the work orders and stuff, and they can go build the products, fuck around with it. And then I got to, you know, expense it or whatever. And so he was like, you know, I got 3 lines. He's like, I'm getting burnt. And he was like, you know, when you go permanent, he was like, I'm going to give you, you know, they're probably going to give you one of my lines. He's like, that'll help me out. And then you can keep helping this other girl, Andrea. He's like, but you'll have your own line. And that's what happened. My boss was like, I'm going to give you your own line. He's like, you proved enough. He's like, you know what I'm saying? He's like, I want you, you know, when he was offering me the job, he was just like, you know, just think about it. And I was like, I got to shoot. I was like, woo. You know what I'm saying? I took it. You know what I mean? So for him, he was training me. I was like, I'm good, because I'm like, this dude is amazing. You know what I mean? Like, I'll be great. You know what I mean? And 2 weeks later, man, he was like, he came into the office. He was like, he called me. And he was like, hey man, Friday's my last.
Fly! It's time for you to fly.
Yeah, that's basically what happened. And my boss called me in. He was like, well, he's like, I know you heard about, you know, John probably talked to you. He's all, but it's all you know what I mean? Like it's you know, he's like, I have the utmost confidence in you. He's like, I know you can do it. I'm not worried about that. He's all, it sucks that you got the short end of the stick, but you know what I'm saying, you're just gonna have to learn how to swim pretty fast. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I've been doing, man.
Course swim.
I was dog paddling for the first week, and then after that, man, I've been backstroking.
Yeah, you got to look at that though. That's a huge opportunity for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And then my boss was like, man, he's like, you know, because they started breaking up our areas, and he was like, man, like I got all these territories and stuff that I'm, you know, I can touch everywhere. He's on, and so we have all these other locations, and he was like, man, he was like, right now is the time. He's all, you can go and, you know what I mean? He's all, you could be running your own spot. You know, there's a place in Georgia. There's one in Memphis, like outside of Memphis. There's North Carolina. We're about to open a place in Germany. You know what I'm saying? We got China. Like,
where's the spot in Georgia? Do you know?
In Peachtree.
I'm not familiar. There's some cool places in Georgia, though, man.
That's outside. It's like, from what I can tell, it's like south of Atlanta.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So, but it's a brand new development. I already started looking at houses out there and stuff just to see what was up. Pretty nice.
Yeah.
But comparable, you know what I'm saying? Nothing's cheap anymore. So,
No.
You know what I mean? So, like, I'm just saving a couple $100,000.
Did you guys see that I think the mayor declared an emergency for renters in Miami, state of emergency for renters in Miami.
But that's the thing, man. Like I was just telling somebody the other day, man, you can't get a studio apartment out here for, less than $3,500.
But what's the state of emergency, Randy? Though?
Yeah, like I don't understand. Like, you know what I mean? Like
the prices are so high that most people can't afford them.
Can't afford it, right?
You can't do anything about that.
So they're gonna like subsidize people who can't afford to pay some money so they can pay. I didn't read all the details, but they're gonna give them some money to be able to pay their rent.
See, but that's opportunity for developers to think outside the box. Like, develop the land inland. Like that's what happened here. Like, you know what I'm saying? As people migrated from the city, they built up the farmland that becomes desirable areas. You know what I mean? Those acres and acres of land you got to just start buying it from them and build houses. Like I'm looking at
the suburbs.
Yeah, but I'm looking at buildings around me that are like built in the 2000s and the late 90s, and built to suit, and they're like empty, like warehouses.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like you got homeless people, bro. A developer come in, buy that land, turn it into like, you know what I'm saying, thousand room, have on site, whatever, medical field, whatever, to take care of the homeless people or people with mental issues. It's there, man. It's not wanting to do it. You know what I mean? Or it will take the undertaking.
I've read two things recently about that. Number one, that during the last crash in 2008, the Great Recession, construction slowed down incredibly, and they really stopped building like they were before, to the point where we have a housing shortage now. And then the other piece that I read is that there's a bunch of hedge funds and Wall Street companies that are buying large amounts of real estate, and they're packaging them almost like a portfolio for investment, for people to put their money in and make money, almost like a stock portfolio.
Well, you would hear about those oligarchs, right? That they were putting money in houses and shit.
Yeah.
Like just to have their money somewhere in a tangible asset, not even live in them.
Yeah.
Well, that's the best way to
or neighborhoods for that matter. Neighborhoods where it's like, and it'll be under the guise of a subdivision or a housing authority, and then they just rent those houses out for thousands of dollars. You know what I mean? And they're washing their money legit. You know what I mean? And it could be 10 homes. Like that Star Island out there and stuff like that. Those are just people who are just investing in those properties to tie up money. That's all it is. It's like, this is worth that. So this is worth, $32 million or $44 million or whatever. That's always going to be there because that you saw it get sold for that.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? So I'm worth at least that. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's all for show. You know what I mean? But when you start going inside the South, Midwest and the South, like those are acres and acres of land that are undeveloped. You know what I mean? In every state, the whole state isn't developed. You know what I mean? So they have to start developing these undeveloped areas and put homes there, and then you can get rid of the homeless problem. The low inventory is because there's no bills. You don't have an excuse for that because it's necessary now. You know what I mean? Like before you built up all the stock and then the house is sold and now you have no inventory. So that's the cue. You know what I mean? That should be the flag. Hey, we need to go build some more homes. You know what I mean? It's not like you can't sell them.
Yeah.
Have you noticed, Hialeah, when you're down here, all those developments that they're making all like in every single.
Yeah, Lennar is just about a mile away from you.
They're buying all the farmland. I mean, these people who aren't making much money farming, they're like, fuck it, I'll sell this.
Yeah, but that's in every state. The agriculture is declining.
It's declining big time, dude.
Dude.
It's just getting eaten up, and you can see it. It's almost like a vine, and you can just see it going, growing, and it's just pretty soon before you know it, it's taking up the whole side.
Well, it's like when they try and say that you can't capture rainwater. They're like, it's out here you capture rainwater, we're going to charge you for it. Why? It's coming from why not? But it's the same thing. They're not going to let you make money off of what should be for free. You know what I mean? They're not going to do it. It's going to come back and then they're going to take it away. You know what I'm saying? Like the weather, you can say what you want, you know what I mean? But that dude upstairs is like, oh, you guys been making money too long. Okay, we gotta turn it back to the people.
Yeah, yeah. We gotta make you humble. We gotta humble you down a little bit.
Guys, you guys were making money hand over fist, and you were taking advantage of immigrants and everybody else who came to town to do it. So, we can't let you make money like that.
You gotta put on the brakes, son. You're going a little too fast.
Hey, let's circle back to Hoover for a second. You know anything about Hoover? You have any?
I heard that he used to wear like dresses and stuff like that.
That's one of the main things that was running around the campfire.
Let's do who would be on the list.
So he was infamous for having a lot of watch lists.
I think everybody would be on the list, and I think they are on the list because of his teachings. Everybody is on.
So who would be? Let's say like the top 10.
The top 10 on the list.
Yeah,
Will Smith is cracking because he's on the list. He cracked because he was on the list.
I said just by nature, I threw up a softball. President, he'd be watching Biden because he watched every single president before him.
Right.
Who do you think, Hialeah?
Elon Musk.
For sure.
Obama. He would have been watching Obama like a hawk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
You would have found out if he had an affair for sure. Like, you know what I mean? Like Clinton. Right now, they'd probably be looking at Musk. They'd be looking at
Jeff Bezos for sure.
LeBron James.
LeBron. They would be looking at any of the
Kanye.
Zuckerberg.
Kanye. Zuckerberg.
Jay-Z.
Lady Gaga.
Yeah, they shot her dog walker. Remember that dude robbed and killed her dog walker? Or the dog?
Yeah, you remember that story, dude? I remember when that story came out, everybody was like, oh my God, her dogs. And I'm like, nobody's talking about this poor lady who got fucking shot.
It was a dude, but he took one in the chest.
It was a dude. My bad.
He got shot. He took one in the chest, bro. It wasn't like he got shot in the ankle or like, you know what I mean?
But nobody talk about that. They were talking about the dog.
And the crazy part is the only reason why it was funny you said that is because today on TMZ, they said they let the dude out. The dude that shot the dog walker, they let him out of jail today. Nothing just let him out of jail on a technicality.
Where did this happen?
Wow.
Do you know?
In Hollywood.
Yeah, like Beverly Hills or some shit.
Yeah. And it was like they showed it on video, bro. That wasn't like that was somebody who jumped out ready to they just wanted the dog. But they were about it. They were about that life, because he jumped out and that dude put up a little fight and he just boom, you know what I mean? So he was.
Did you guys watch the shooting in the Publix video that just came out? It just came out today.
No.
About a shooting that they had in February in a Coral Gables Publix. Look up WPLG or whatever, and the video's there, dude.
It just came out now, fucking 2 months later.
Yeah, it just got released, and the news is playing. And now, dude, talk about senseless, bro.
Bro, you should have seen what happened out here in Sacramento on Saturday. 6 people got killed
in Sacramento, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
because they're still Sacramento's 10 years behind. You know what I mean? So they're still gangbanging out there, man.
Yeah, I saw that there was 2 brothers. But
they didn't do it. No. So that's the thing. That's see, they weren't even technically involved.
Oh, so why are they saying all the shit about them though?
That's what they got caught with. So you're in the wrong place at the wrong time. You get caught. You got a machine gun. You got this. You just got out of prison.
They were doing videos before that, right?
And there was a big ass fight. You know what I'm saying? And then you just hear them letting off. You know what I mean? Afterwards, and the two things weren't related. So the people that got killed and the people that got hit in these were people in crossfires.
Right.
It just so happened that there was multiple people out there that had guns.
Oh.
You know what I mean? That's just how it is out there. So, you're at a downtown place, everybody's strapped. You know what I mean? So it's it starts popping off. We're together. 4 guys are over there shooting. We're all strapped. We pull out. We start shooting. Where's it coming from? You know what I mean? And that's how you get caught because, the cops see you shooting. You're not even involved. You know what I mean? But all those people got killed.
I was thinking, sorry to cut you off. I was thinking about this scenario exactly the other day. Because I was thinking, I hear these stories sometimes, people don't fuck around in Texas because they know people. And then I was thinking, man, in the heat of the moment, some shit goes down with a bunch of people. You're the good Samaritan. How do they know you're the good Samaritan? You could end up being, oh shit, active shooter. And then they fucking shoot you. And then it's just fucking chaos, dude.
That's why I wouldn't get involved. But see, out here, the bad thing what we're having, because see, you can't have guns in California. You can have guns, but the people with guns aren't the people doing the crimes. It's the criminals who can't have guns are the ones that are out here getting loose. So what you're having the issue is we pay the crimes for the criminals. So they take out they put us at risk because they're trying to, keep the guns out of the criminals' hands, but you're taking them away from us. We can't even protect ourselves. But it's a case study. It's just to see how far they can go for the rest of the United States. But what I was going to say is like everybody has ghost guns. You know what I'm saying? So they 3D print the guns, and then they all have guns, and that's how these criminals are having their guns. They're just getting them 3D printed, or they're just getting them handled. You know what I mean? Like they're not even using stuff that you can take from us. You know what I mean? Like, that should be stuff that we could do. Like, oh yeah, man, I 3D printed this gun and it actually works. It's supposed to be something like that, but for them, they're like really using them. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like they're really like they're putting in work. Like they're taking all the man. They confiscated in the last 6 months like over 400 ghost guns.
Wow.
Hey, back to this list. Would Joe Rogan be on the list?
Yes.
Hey, but think about the list. It wouldn't be hard to surveil any of these guys. Everything is public, right?
Nah.
Like he's on every couple of days expressing his opinions, and
but that's like the thing. It's all the people who have an opinion because they can sway people to do how they think.
Would Tom Brady be on there?
Only because he had people on the list because he wanted to have shit on him so he could control.
If I were FBI director, he would be on my list. Now, I know we're on Hoover right now.
I think Brady would be surveilling others.
Well, Brady is sort of the J. Edgar Hoover for me.
Yeah,
I think shit's gonna because during J. Edgar Hoover's career, there was little whispers and all that shit, but the shit really blew up when he died. I think from everything I read,
because people wanted they could say what they wanted to.
He didn't have his secretary had like
couldn't deny it. He wasn't there to deny it,
He wasn't there to deny it, and his secretary had like a kill switch where like she knew, or I don't know who it was, if it was a guy. When he died, boom, rip up all these documents that I have and all this secret shit, So then, people are free to say, whatever, because there's no repercussion at that point, right? But dude, we were reading this story. I sent it to the bomb. I think he had read some of it before too. I don't know if you guys heard about it. All this. It's shady, just like everything about him. I retire. No, I don't retire. Oh, Arians retires. Oh, Flores gets fired.
Okay, so you guys got to bring me up to speed.
All right.
What happened after he retired and then I need you guys to bring me up to speed from when he said, no, I didn't retire, I'm back. What has happened since then?
I'm going to try to
turn it into a sports show for like 10 minutes because I've been totally out the loop, man.
I'm going to try to condense this story. And it's have you heard this story, Hialeah?
Yeah, I think so. I'll be right back. I got to go get something to drink.
He's a Brady fan. He doesn't want to hear me disparage him. There is a Mike
Always
Florio.
with the comment, dude.
I thought you were gone. Sorry, bro. Go.
I don't got nothing to drink.
Can't go even wet his whistle right quick.
I'm gonna get another piece of carrot cake.
Get some liquor. Man. Get some liquor while you're at it. All right. So Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Well respected. Yeah, he's not. He doesn't hit on everything. I'll say that, but pretty well respected guy. So he had this thing where he kind of recapped, like Brady said he was going to retire. He really wanted to come to Miami, become part owner, and even play, right? It was like a part. He was going to play and have either the promise or lined up part owner. They were going to bring Peyton in. They don't even know if he knew about it supposedly, but they were going to try to get him when he quit the Saints. But previous to that, on a yacht in Miami, Stephen Ross brought Brian Flores with him to meet with Tom Brady. Flores saw him and he's like, fuck that. This is tampering. I don't want anything to do with it. Maybe that later also led to his firing.
Oh.
Then he has to go. Then that road is closed. So then he's like, he never really wanted to retire. Supposedly that was like a ruse to get the Buccaneers to cut him so then he could be free to do whatever the fuck he wanted to, but they didn't. That other thing didn't work out. He goes back to Tampa, but part of that deal, if you believe all this shit, is I don't like Arians, and then he retires, Bum, am I missing anything in this fucking Brady?
You hit it pretty pretty on there. I mean, the big thing there too at the end, why he went back to the Buccaneers is the Miami stuff fell apart, but he didn't like Arians, and him and Leftwich were supposedly doing all the game planning, and they were the real coaches. And
Todd Bowles too, right?
Right.
Which is another coach.
You mean the offense was all them?
Yes.
And the defense was Todd Bowles, so Arians was just there being a prick.
Exactly.
Oh, I could believe it, dude. I tell you, I could fucking believe it. That guy, especially when you get older, you're like, fuck this shit. You know what I mean? You already did.
You haven't won, and then you win.
Yeah.
It's all you.
That's kind of that fucking Brady shit, dude. It's
okay. So how did all of a sudden the Chiefs trade Tyreek Hill to the Dolphins?
We gave him a lot too, dude. It's not like we gave a whole draft class.
No, but I mean, why was that an option? Why was that like?
They didn't want to renegotiate his deal to his liking, and he was able to get a better deal here.
Well, they were trying to renegotiate his deal. They couldn't agree on anything, so they traded him. And Miami gave a lot for it.
I would have went defense. I would have went and got Khalil Mack.
Did you hear all the Brady shit? I can recap it for you real quick, Hialeah.
All right, now I'm gonna get my drink.
So then I saw that Watson went to Cleveland.
Right.
Trubisky's in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
And then who else was it? Baker Mayfield might go to Houston.
Well, he might or might not, because they also, I heard, and Hialeah, have you heard anything new? Let me know. I don't know. But I heard they think that there's a potential that Watson could still miss some time, have some sort of punishment. So they need somebody. So they may keep him. Is that the same thing you heard?
I haven't heard anything actually.
He's still a Brown though.
Yeah.
Also, Amari Cooper, no longer a Cowboy.
But then the Raiders got your boy from East Palo Alto. So
yeah, but you know who else?
Khalil Mack.
Khalil Mack with Bosa, of course. Wilson in Denver.
Oh, you're talking about in San Diego, yeah, or in LA, yeah.
LA.
Von Miller.
Dude, they lost Von Miller, but they picked up Bobby Wagner, who could still fucking play, and they're not. I think
that was getting risky for me though, dude.
Odell's still as a free agent. They got Allen Robinson from the Bears, and he's not bad, dude. And
then I heard Debo might leave.
He pulled all the Instagram shit. You know, when they do that, they unfollow the team and all that. Hey, let me ask you, dude. I haven't talked to you in some time and about this. What do you think about our coach? You're kind of familiar with him, I'm sure.
The offensive coordinator from, he was like quarterback coach.
Yeah,
he's good, man. I think he's like a year or two too early, but he's good.
We always do that. We always like, oh, this guy may be good 2 years from now. Let's get him now.
But he's good, though. He's still young enough to where, I mean, I think a lot of people might be leaving. You'll be getting some players from the Niners again.
He's already kind of, doing a little.
Yeah.
I think you guys might get Debo. I know that sounds crazy.
Oh, my God, dude. I thought about this the other day.
I know it sounds crazy. I
thought about it. I go, man, what if they could pull that off?
What's wrong with Debo? He wants to get out? I haven't heard that.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's getting a little bad right now.
I see Debo on the Jets.
He pulled off all his pictures from his social media. He unfollowed the team recently.
You know how the Shanahans are. They don't bend to players. But they need him. But I think he's worth a lot of money, man. They might not be able to afford him.
Dude, that guy's a baller, bro.
Dude, he was the entire running game last year.
Bro, I would do just about anything to get that guy.
Dude, that guy's a beast, dude.
I'll give you another fucking draft class, bro. And fucking take Tua. I don't fucking take him. Please.
That guy's a beast.
At that point, you could play with fucking anybody, dude. You could bring back Dan Marino and fucking play with him.
He's worth it.
Can you
I mean,
imagine, dude? Fucking
but that's the thing.
Debo and
Trey Lance is
Tyree.
gonna need him. You know what I mean? Like, gonna need him. So they almost gotta pay him because they don't have a better option.
Dude, that guy's a stud, bro. But how long is he gonna last taking those beatings?
But that's what I'm saying. That last playoff game, dude, he was getting beat up.
Last year he had a lot of issues. This year he took a pounding, but he
But I mean, that's what I'm saying though. Like to your point, like he's not gonna last doing that. He has to be.
You can't think that's dude. He takes a punishment, bro.
He's always hitting that shoulder, and I always see him favoring that shoulder.
You know who else took a pounding, dude? J. Edgar Hoover, dude. If you believe it, he was a power bottom. They say. Just to go back to the
power bottom.
Hoover, he did do some good things, though, right? It's not like the guy was all bad.
Like what?
Let's try to name 5. We're not even going to do the 10.
I'll name one. Like
top
what?
5.
Because this dude sounds like a super prick. That's what he sounds like. He was watching everybody. He watched the president. He might have had something to do with him getting killed.
Hey, but presidents do need to be watched, though, right?
Yeah, he had somebody. He probably had something to do with him getting killed. You know what I mean?
Well,
like
there's
he
a
probably
tie-in.
Him and Marilyn Monroe.
There's a tie-in to JFK because I didn't get to watch. I wanted to, but I didn't have time. Lee Harvey was doing the whole fair play for Cuba thing, passing out leaflets. I think he was even on television at one point talking about this.
Yes.
Right, Bum?
Yeah.
Okay, and then one of this guy's lieutenants sent a letter. Oh no, sorry, Lee Harvey Oswald wrote a letter to the FBI because he felt they were kind of harassing him and his wife because she was not a citizen and didn't have like any intentions of becoming a citizen. And they
who is this now? You said who?
Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, his wife was an immigrant.
She was Russian. He brought her back from Russia.
Gotcha.
And at that time, anybody who came in from outside and didn't have intentions of becoming a citizen was kind of like a red flag. Like, why are you here? If you're not going to try to become a citizen, what are you doing? You know, especially somebody from Russia.
Just visit here.
Yeah, Cold War. You know, you're Russian. What the fuck are you doing here? And then he wrote a letter and he took it to the FBI field office. And I think it was, I didn't read the letter, but it was destroyed. Actually, it was.
So do you guys watch Deadliest Catch?
No.
So watch the new one. There's a new one where they go to Russia to learn how to crab from the Russians. And I was watching a little bit of the first episode. It was real quick because I was on my way out the door. But
this is a fishing show.
It's on Discovery Channel.
Yeah,
so
I've seen it before.
but this one they go to Russia because Alaska. I don't know if you. I mean, obviously you read maps, but you can they touch all the Black Sea is all named after Russian, even on the Alaska side. So Alaska was owned by Russia, and the United States bought it from them for what, $6 million? And they, you know how they paid them for it? They paid with crab. Like the Russians paid with paid with crab for the most part of it.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
Good.
So for the next whatever they paid them by giving them breaks. So they fish up there. So they were trying to figure out how they deal with the boats freezing. What's the best way to get the ice off? So he went to Russia, bro. That shit was like right there. And then he went in there like kind of, and it was like all the buildings. Like, dude, it's got to be like if you were to fly from Miami to like, what I'm saying, like Cancun. You know what I'm saying? Like it was like right there in the little Gulf, and then it's like Russia, and all the buildings look like, the Russian buildings. And I'm like, dude, this is like right here, bro. What does that tell you? You know what I'm saying?
What does that tell us, bro?
It tells us that it's not too far off. We're all the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Like that they were here too. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot more to these stories, man. It's never just like, you know what I'm saying? It was like when people kept talking about the war in the Middle East between the Bushes and Saddam Hussein, and then you find out the motherfucker went to high school together. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not coincidence. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, man.
All right, let me go into another conspiracy here real quick. Why do we not? You okay, Bum? why don't you ever hear about people going to the North Pole?
It's Russia.
Well, further, like the North Pole.
South Pole, man. It's South Pole. North Pole is not. There's nothing. There's no reason. It's like Siberia.
Yeah.
Well, my flat earthers would say because you'd fall off, but
Well, they would say also other things too. Is the South Pole the one that you can't really go to?
Yeah.
But nobody really goes to either one, right?
No, I
Well,
think
you have to.
there's an outpost in Antarctica. So they do a lot of scientific.
yeah,
But do you know? Like, we don't know, man. We fly where they tell us to fly to. You follow
Like-
the beacons, right?
Like some rich dude would be like, let's go fucking ball out and fucking
Let's just go fly over and see what it is.
let's go, bro. They do crazy shit. They go to outer space, dude.
I know, but like, you got to know where you're going out there
Mm-hmm.
because you've never been. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like driving to another city, like you've never been there. You don't know what to expect.
There's a lot of stories of the Nazis and all this shit and the fucking
People who aren't afraid to go.
and secret bases and
Mm-hmm.
actually, supposedly
openings to other dimensions.
there's supposedly nobody in the North Pole.
Yeah.
Why?
It doesn't really exist. It's already the North America and Russia touching in the globe, right? In the
But
circle.
there's some other shit beyond that, right?
No, it wraps around the sphere. You know what I mean?
I'm gonna have to pull up a map here. Santa Claus is there. Anyways, there's a lot of conspiracies around
Around the North Pole?
or the South Pole.
South Pole.
That what? But what's the conspiracy?
That there's shit there that they don't want anybody seeing. Nobody can
Oh,
fucking go there,
okay.
bro.
Got it.
And nobody ever goes there, really.
But if you go to New Zealand, like, you have to fly there or something. Somehow if you leave there, you have to fly through New Zealand or some shit like that.
Now they do show that there's people, or at least scientific teams that go to the South Pole.
Yeah.
And I guess
So I guess like Greenland and shit is as
Right.
far up as
Okay,
they
so-
go.
So you see how that one in the middle right there? Where's the other side at? The bottom part.
Antarctica.
You want to see the South?
Yeah, the South Pole is the one you want to look at.
All right. I'm focusing on the wrong pole.
by humans. In fact,
That's the North Pole, but see, so
I
it's
think
just one. It's just one little cap, right? And the rest is water everywhere else.
I think because Antarctica is nearby, that's why that's the closest that we have people to, I guess.
There's nothing out there but polar bears and penguins.
Are there polar bears in the Antarctic? I think they're only in the north.
Yeah, it's Antarctica.
Polar
Like
bears are in Antarctica?
Yeah,
I believe so.
I want to see what's right here in that middle section.
Penguins are only in Antarctica.
So this is where you have like the scientific research stations and stuff like that, but apparently not in the North Pole.
What are they looking for in the what are they studying on an ice cap?
Isn't there supposedly oil in Antarctica?
There is in Alaska for sure.
Yes.
So, but I mean, what are they researching in the ice cap?
Maybe the melting.
Yeah, I would assume it's all climate oriented.
You guys don't remember some article and it was on major fucking outlets about some opening to some other dimension in the South Pole? You guys remember hearing this?
There's been stories like that in comic books.
No, but this is a real life. I'm gonna have to look it up.
Didn't they have the 70s movies, Journey to the Center of the Earth and all that shit? And it was you went back in time to like a prehistoric
Oh, there's that theory too that like there's an entry into the middle, right?
Yeah, there's dinosaurs and mutants and
lizard people.
yeah.
Oh, that's
And Kazar lives there with Zabu.
Land
And
of
the
the
X-Men
Lost.
show up every once in a while.
Land of the Lost.
They make an appearance.
Slee Stacks.
So, oh my God, Slee Stacks!
Hollow Earth.
Slee Stacks!
Oh my
Hollow
God,
Earth
that's a
theory.
Slee
Slee
Stack.
Stacks!
Oh man.
All right, let's close the book on J. Edgar. Anything else
Great
about
back.
this guy?
Ugly
Huh?
motherfucker too, bro. Ugly little fucker. He looks like a little Jabba the Huttish.
Later in life, yeah, he becomes kind of Jabba the Hutt.
He's the Jabba the Hutt of. Yeah, that's a good one.
Law enforcement.
Yeah, law enforcement.
He got obsessed with the communism shit, as everybody did in that era too, right?
Yeah,
He was
McCarthy.
He was the catalyst, though, wasn't he?
McCarthy.
McCarthy.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
dude,
wasn't McCarthy then McCarthy hire him or something like that?
That I don't know.
that
No,
was
McCarthy
crazy.
was a senator. He was a senator.
Oh, that's
What's
right.
that McCarthyism stuff?
Yeah, that
What
was
is
after.
it?
Yeah,
It's all part of the Red Scare and the whole blacklisting of people who they thought were communists.
Yeah, the Cold War.
It was cancel culture.
Well,
and they got those two people that we were talking about, Bum, and they
that were spies.
executed them.
Yeah,
The Rosenbergs.
yeah.
They were caught up in that. But man, I've looked at that case and those people look like, or not that they look like spies, but
They did some questionable shit.
yeah, they did some questionable shit. I mean, one was a physicist and had access to top secret stuff. So I don't know. But if you look at the other, a lot of people say they were railroaded, you know?
Where there's smoke, there's fire. It was too
Yeah.
coincidental.
And a lot of people in Hollywood supposedly during that time were also railroaded by the whole McCarthyism and the Red Scare.
Yeah, they were
Well,
blacklisted.
I didn't know a lot about the story, and then I looked up a picture of them. They do look like the kind of people that would have secrets about
And then they got caught.
rockets and shit, and that they would give it up. But I'm being judgmental. And they were killed pretty fast. Like it was 2 years, I think. So like they didn't fuck around like they do now, where they give you 10 years on death row before they kill you.
20, 30.
Mhm.
How long was your boy Charles Manson on death row for?
Fuck,
Long
like
time.
40 something years, no?
Now, what's interesting about Manson though is like he never physically
Yeah,
killed
but-
anybody.
Never did anything.
Nah, but it was just the appeals process.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, that not saying Manson's a nice guy and he should be, but I'm saying like
No,
that one's so weird that he never physically. Like, is there any other cases like him where they don't physically do
Yeah,
this shit?
there's cases. I mean, if me and you gonna go rob somebody, right, and they shoot you and you die, I get charged with your murder.
Yeah.
It's felony.
As my
felony.
accomplice, you were my accomplice,
Yeah,
and they shot me.
and killed you, I get charged with your murder.
You get, yeah.
If it's proven that you made me go with
I
you,
was there. If me and you
You were there, yeah.
or we go rob somebody at a store or anywhere, and they shoot and kill you or me, one of us is getting charged with the other one's murder.
but you're not getting the death penalty, probably.
You might.
Yeah, you will. It depends on where you're at. That's everywhere. It's
Yeah.
everywhere.
That would
But-
be like the most extreme though of the cases.
No, but that's what I'm saying. It would
That
be
happens
just
a lot. That happens
Yeah,
more
all
than you
the
think.
all the time.
I don't know, dude. It seems so hard to kill somebody now.
Yeah. Oh, so going back to what we were talking about, how we were saying that the people have ghost guns. Check this out. This might not have made the news out there, but there's a top recruit football player. You know what I'm saying, out here. He gets into a fight at a taqueria downtown San Jose. Dude pulls a gun out on him. They're fighting. He takes the gun away from him, and they got all this on video. He takes, they're fighting. He takes the gun from him, backs out the door, and the cops shoot him 3 times.
Mm.
He's suing the city for like $40 million.
He didn't die?
survived.
He didn't die?
He got shot in the. He was like an 18-year-old kid. He got shot, or 20-something-year-old kid. He gets shot in the knee, like in the leg, like the stomach, and then the arm or something like that. But they just open fire on him. He's backing out of the door, like, because it's a big ass like brawl inside of the small ass, close quarters. You know what I mean? They show him fighting. You know what I mean? These are young guys. It was. I thought it was like, I was amazing that he fucking did what he did. You know what I'm saying? And then you get to the door, you're backing out the door. You feel like it was crazy how he was holding the gun though, because he grabbed it and you could tell he was. When you have a gun, you're trying not to have it go off. So he's backing up out the door, and as he's backing out the door, at that same time, the cops are coming up, and they're like, drop it. He turns around with the gun, and then boom, 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 shoot him.
Bro, isn't it crazy that you think you've heard every scenario?
It's crazy, right?
Like, fuck, dude, never thought of that scenario.
How about the Mike Tyson one? I think
they have all of. This is the crazy part. You can look it up. Look it up on. They have this whole thing on video, all of it. You can look it up right now, shooting in downtown San Jose, and they'll show you that the kid, because there was another murder down the street. So the cops already went up in there assuming that this guy had something to do with it.
High alert.
Yeah, they were ready to
everything just kind of like came together, right?
Yeah, and it was crazy because it was a brawl. Like, it was like inside, everybody runs out of the store. These guys are going at it.
It was like a domino effect.
You see the guy pull out the gun, and obviously he wasn't used to doing what he did because he pulled the gun out and he got it taken from him. You know what I'm saying? So, like,
I said sour cream on my taco. Fuck, you're eating
nah,
tacos.
Man,
You should be happy.
And the same thing with the one in Sacramento. You can see people fighting in a whole separate situation, and then that other shit goes down, and they must have been just spraying in the street, man.
Did you see the Mike Tyson video?
Which one was that?
He was in a bar or club, and he's sitting there with his boy, and then some dude gets into some sort of argument with a guy by the door, pulls out a gun, everybody freaks out. Mike Tyson's just sitting there, whatever. The guy notices Mike Tyson's there. He walks up to him, he gives him a hug, and then as he walks out, he does say something derogatory towards Mike, but he just whatever sits down, and then the guy leaves. That's pretty much.
Wait. Was this in the 80s or was this like recent?
It was a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, recently.
Oh, I haven't heard of that at all.
Yeah.
Video of it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't remember what happened to the guy eventually. He did leave.
Yeah, man, it's crazy right now out here. Like, my daughter was like, "Oh, can we go to downtown Oakland?" Because she likes this.
Wait, Randy, I'm sorry, Raymond. Where was that happened to Mike? Where were they at?
I thought he was in California, but I'm not sure.
But in a restaurant?
It
Yes.
looked like an outside bar, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like a rooftop bar. It was a rooftop bar.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. It's like it's so crazy out here. They're robbing people on the streets in LA. Like they're smashing, grabbing in Beverly Hills. Like kids are like going in these big groups. You know what I mean? And they run into a jewelry store and they just start smashing out the jewelry and taking the jewelry and going into malls and going to the Gucci store and just raiding it and then leaving, like boosting, like just it's like 1985 all over again. It's just crazy, man. You know what I mean? Like,
damn, dude, you're scaring me, bro.
it's crazy, man. I'm telling you. My daughter was like, "Oh, can we go to downtown Oakland or downtown San Francisco?" I'm like, "No."
I'm going to San Diego. I'll be in San Diego on Tuesday.
Park the car, they'll bash in your windows and just take anything in there.
How's San Diego?
San Diego's paradise.
Okay, good.
I told him to go to La Jolla.
Yeah, La Jolla.
I'll be there on Tuesday.
Everything's beautiful in San Diego.
Okay.
It's always 75.
Nice.
Hollywood. Mike Tyson was in a rooftop comedy show in Hollywood. Where that happened.
I want to watch that. That sounds
Too old for that, man. Too old to have to worry about people carrying guns.
Nah, but you know what, dude? I'm all for being able to carry and all that, but like anywhere.
No. But I'm talking about people like that. Like,
yeah, no, like liquor, dude. If there's liquor, I don't think anybody should have a weapon. It's just not.
I mean, and I always tell like my wife and everything. I assume everybody has a gun, so I'm not,
Dude, I go to a restaurant and I want to I'm not in the mafia or anything, but I remember this from all the mafia movies and all the cowboy movies. They always want to sit like where they can see everything.
Yeah.
And I still to this day when we go to a restaurant, if I can pick where I sit, I try to pick.
My back is to the wall all the
Yeah,
time.
I
I'm
want to
looking
pick the
at
chair
door.
where I can see everything.
Or I'm the first. I'll either be right by the door where I can see who's coming in, or
Mhm.
if it's the back door, I'm by the back door. So if I can see them coming in the back door, you know, I'll be able to walk out as they come in. You know what I mean? Like,
Isn't it scary, bro? That's
but I mean, you gotta be aware.
no,
Of
it is. It is. And
I've just been in too many situations where it's like I know better now.
yeah.
I mean,
Have you guys ever been in a scenario where people pull guns and shoot or anything like that?
I haven't.
I watched my best friend's brother get murdered in front of me on our graduation night from high school. We had a party in the backyard, and there was a fight in the backyard, and we were all partying in the backyard, and there was a fight, and his brother pulled out a gun, started shooting in the air, and this dude that was fighting had a gun. Wasn't from our town and wasn't from our side, so he was strapped. So when he shot the gun, he was getting his ass kicked. So he turns around and just unloads on his brother, and I was about 5 yards from him.
Intentionally?
Yeah, intentionally. Yeah, like we were all fighting. You know what I'm saying? And then the dude that was getting beat up, like it was just a melee. You know what I mean? We had just graduated high school. We're kids, and these guys are older. You know what I mean? They're like 4 years older than us. You know what I mean? So we're all fighting in the backyard, and then he pulls out the gun, and he's just like, because he was in the house. You know what I mean? So he comes out, and he was, he had spent the whole day with us. He took us to dropped us off at graduation, and everything, and I watched him take his last breaths. Man, like it was crazy.
Fuck.
Yeah. I was at a midnight basketball because used to in East Palo Alto. They used to have this
Which is a good neighborhood, right?
Oh no,
No. Is there a
no.
difference between Palo Alto and East Palo Alto? Okay,
Isn't there always?
that's the main, because I Palo Alto is a very
I'll
good.
put it to you like this: East Palo Alto had the murder rate for the United States for like 3 or 4 years straight.
Okay, but Palo Alto is a affluent neighborhood, right?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. On the other side of the freeway.
Okay, that's the mistake I'm making.
Yeah. So we were at a midnight basketball, and my boy, they were in like a league. So it was different time. So like, you know what I mean? We were out there, we're all out sitting in our cars and stuff like that. And there was a game, and his cousin was playing. He punched this dude. Like they were trash talking on the court, and these were street dudes playing basketball. It wasn't like a organized team. It was just neighborhood team. So he punches the dude, like knocks him out cold, right? You know what I'm saying? Like in front of everybody, So after the game, we're all sitting outside, and then all of a sudden, this dude comes through and just like starts like dumping with like a machine gun, like a AK. He's like chopping, bah, bah, bah. It's like boom, 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 boom. And I ducked down and turned around, and my boy, he gets hit like 2 or 3 times in the arm. Bam, bam, bam. Broke his arm. He was a little guy, he broke his arm up, but it didn't go into him. It just tore his arm up.
Damn.
And I was standing right next to that motherfucker. Like right next to him. I just turned at this time, and I remember it was like, you know how when you watch like those movies and someone's invisible, like a superhero, and they step on a car?
Yeah.
And it's like you can't see them, but it's like denting.
Yeah.
I just remember when I turned, it was like a '66 Mustang my boy had. In the trunk, where it says Mustang on the back, it was just these 3 holes, like boom, 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 like punches. You know what I mean? And I was just like, holy shit! And my boy was laying on the ground. He was all bleeding and shit. And man, that shit was crazy, man. And that was just within like a month of each other, like 2 months.
How old were you?
I was probably 18.
Yeah, I remember. I played. I was in the parks all my life. Through junior high, through high school and stuff. None of us were fucking gangsters.
Yeah.
But there will be gangsters that would go to play basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't. I would still play, but I did not. I hated when fucking, you knew when they were
Yeah,
real gangsters.
the dude that puts the gun down before he says like ball, he lays the 45 on the ground.
Yeah, they didn't
You
bring it
don't
in.
mind putting his wallet on the ground like that guy? Yeah, I know that.
No, I mean in Hialeah they wouldn't bring it in Oakland Park and sit it on the bench, but like you knew they had it in the car probably.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like you knew that like you couldn't, especially if you were younger than them. Like God forbid made them look bad. Like there was gonna be beef, and it just sucked, dude. When like some fucking gangster.
Yeah, dude. I remember those days.
I seen it happen one time. My boy, he was one of my younger, my cousin's friend. He was a young kid, but he was really, really tall. You know what I mean? He was like 6'4", you know what I mean, 6'5", and he was probably like 16, 17 years old. And my boy was like, he was a grown man. He was probably like 25 at the time.
There's a big difference.
Yeah, there's a big difference. But he was shit talking, like big time, like dunking on him and shit. And he was just like, yeah, man, fuck you, mama. And nobody talked to my boy like that. Like he was the guy that used to, you see him put the gloves on and then you get scared because you knew when he put the gloves on, like it was going down. Like, so this motherfucker, like we kept telling him, we were like, yo, chill, man. Like, he was probably like 17, 18 at the time. We were like, dude, chill, bro. Like, yeah, we see, everybody sees what's going on. Chill. And you can see he was
building himself up. He was building himself up.
Yeah, you see that shit escalating.
It was like a dunk for the end of the game. He dunks on him, and then my boy went to the car, put those gloves on. He told me, he was like, man, if you don't shut up, like, I'm gonna fucking, like, and dude kept talking, man. He came down court, and they're running next to each other. He just turned around, boom! He shattered that dude's whole face, man.
Yeah, shit would escalate in basketball a lot.
But I mean, this was a situation where you got to know when you're outclassed, and you might have got a good one, but don't sit there and
out, right?
Yeah, man. Like, he learned that day. I mean, he learned for the rest of his life because his face was destroyed.
I don't remember. You guys know 36th Street and like Perimeter Road, sort of that area. Yes, obviously
the airport.
That, right? It's in that area.
The park that's there.
No, I'm talking now about a club. There was a club in like a shopping center, and it was in the corner back there. I don't remember what the name was.
Is it area Arrows?
94th Aerial Squadron.
Arrow Squadron.
No. That is
that's the flight club.
It is actually. It is.
It is.
Okay, that's the beginning of Perimeter Road. But if you continue Perimeter Road and then you take a left and you go to 36, which is the other side of the airport, there's a Denny's around there, and there's some other.
Yeah, Miami Springs.
No, that's further south. I'm talking closer to the Palmetto now.
Okay.
Anyways, whatever. It doesn't matter.
I don't remember.
I remember going to a club there one day, and we were in the parking lot, and then there was some beef going on over there, and then they pulled out guns, and they fucking start shooting, and we don't know who the fuck's shooting who, and we just fucking.
What happened to throwing a garbage can at somebody?
Or just fucking fighting, dude.
Yeah, like I remember one time my boy, the same dude. We had a fight. Went to this. We I live in Palo Alto is like in our school district, but it's like 12 or 15 miles away. You know what I mean? But we played them in high school. You know what I mean? They were in our division. So Palo Alto High School, all of that. But the kids from East Palo Alto don't go to school in Palo Alto. They go to school in like another town where there's no high school in East Palo Alto, so they get bused. But so it'd be like all like preppy, like rich kids. You know what I mean? And we're from the dump. You know what I mean? So like we were having this basketball game and we were beating them, and they're not used to it, so we're over there talking shit, and the whole crowd turned on us. So not only did the basketball team, but the crowd, like we were like visiting, and there was like we're 15, 16 years old, probably like 17. You know what I mean? We had cars so we could drive, so it was like we were 16 or 17. But there was no parents at this game. You know what I mean? It was like just a couple of us kids and then the basketball team. So we're sitting in the game with the opponents. You know what I mean? Dude, we were whooping their ass, dude. The whole crowd,
You guys were surrounded though.
dude. We just started throwing, man. I remember my boy threw. It was this dude right by. He snatched this dude off of his 10 speed and took the 10 speed, like threw it into the crowd. We're throwing garbage cans. We're just trying to get him away from us so we can get to the car. And we're kids, you know what I mean? Like, dude, we're fighting like old men, like older brothers. Like, it was crazy. We're getting socked and slapped and shit. Women are grabbing your shirt and trying to rip you. I had this gold rope chain and like a guest shirt, and this lady like snatched that shit, broke my chains all up. I was pissed.
Yes, sure.
In hindsight, that like when you're like 17, 18, whatever, that like 25, 26, 27-year-old dude,
Yeah.
you're like, now you're like, what the fuck was that guy doing, bro?
Yeah,
Why
like
the fuck was he there with all these high school kids?
You know, all the pedophile dudes that
Yeah.
used to come back and fuck with the girls in high school after they already graduated. You guys are
Yeah, they would
disgusting.
come in their fucking IROC. And
Yeah,
shit,
like,
and
what
they
the
would be
fuck?
like,
Dude, you're a pedophile, bro. I wish I'd see you, man. I'd fucking kill you right now.
yeah, but
They
the girls were like fucking down, dude. They
They
were
didn't
like,
even
"Ah,
know you better.
that's a nice fucking car, dude."
Yeah, they didn't know
Did
any
you
better.
guys ever fucking get that close to a fucking shooting or anything down here, or fucking somebody pull a gun
Dude, I was on the.
in your Hialeah days?
I was actually at the beach, bro, a couple of blocks away when Cunanan killed Versace.
You were on the scene.
Dude, I didn't even notice what had happened, dude. That was like on 12th Street, 13th Street, around there where the mansion was. I was like closer, like by 17th. So I was maybe 5 blocks, maybe not even that far. I was maybe 3 blocks away. And I never.
This was in the early 90s, or
Yeah, it was like like 93, 94. And I left the beach, and in the parking garage where I was parked, that's where they found Cunanan's truck.
Yeah.
So I was,
Like, you've never heard like bullets whiz by your
no,
ear?
I didn't hear nothing, dude. I'm not gonna make fun and try to make shit up. I didn't see
come on,
anything.
bro, tell us you were there. Like,
No.
oh, I walked by.
I
So,
didn't.
so you remember that time when I was telling you when my boy's friend got shot?
Yeah.
Like when he started shooting, the first thing I did, there was like a deck in the backyard. Like it was kind of higher than it was it was pretty high. Like you had to walk down steps from it. But when he started shooting, I jumped up there because the other dude started shooting at the same time. So I seen him when he got shot. They turned around and started shooting at us. You know what I mean? So I jumped up onto the deck, and dude, I could hear like zzz, 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 like bullets coming by me, like zzz, zzz. Like that shit. I'll never forget that shit.
Dude,
You know what freaks me out is like when a mosquito or something flies by your ear.
yeah.
Like that shit fucking always fucking.
Dude, today we went to Best Buy, and me and Stephanie was up at the Geek Squad shit. She was dropping off a computer, and me and my wife were walking around, dude. And all of a sudden the lights flickered, and we go like this, and then this alarm starts going off, and then the lights cut out, right?
Ugh.
And I look at my wife and I go, "What if it's an active shooter, bro?" And then I went like this, and I looked, and I was like, "Dude, it must be something like this, bro." And then imagine everything gets quiet, and imagine hearing those guns going off, how loud that is.
Dude, just the fact that your daughter or whatever was away from you.
It was away from us, dude.
Yeah.
That when you stop and you put yourself in the situation, like Parkland, that kid Cruz with that fucking rifle going off in those halls, the sound that must have made, dude, that's terrifying, bro. Being in those situations, dude. An active shooter, whew,
Yeah, man. That's what I
that
mean.
is terrifying.
And that's why I'm
How
always
many
so.
people have you shot?
What was
Bum.
that?
How many
What's
shootings
that?
have you? How many shootings have you been involved in, Bum?
I have not been involved in any shootings, thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
Yeah, thank you.
Nothing crazy ever happened at Publix, Hialeah?
Oh yeah, dude. I got a few. One time it was a night. It was about 10 o'clock, dude. and there was this one weird fucking guy like in the detergent aisle, and he was just looking up. And people started, customers started coming up. The store wasn't busy. It was probably closer to 10. We closed at 11. And the guy goes, and I walk up to the guy, sir, can I help you? And all he says is, call the police.
Damn.
Is everything okay, sir? Call the police. I don't know what I'm going to do.
Oh my God.
And I was like, oh my fucking God, bro. So I went. I got somebody to call the cops. They were on the phone with them. I called. I believe I made the call, and then the guy stayed on that aisle for a while, and then he walked out. I was keeping my eye on him, and he walked to the front, and he started saying something like, "Why is that cashier looking at me? Why is she staring at me, dude?" I was terrified, bro.
That's all it takes.
I was fucking terrified, and I just kept, talking, and until the police came, and nothing happened. There was nothing after that, but dude, it's scary, bro.
Obviously, this guy was having some sort of mental breakdown.
Yeah,
Did you ever find out like
No.
what the deal was with him?
No, but he was having a mental thing, and yeah, dude, it's scary.
I'm glad, man. I'm glad I made it out of those situations. I don't look forward to any of that shit. Like, of course, you know what I mean? I'm not afraid of guns. I'm afraid of the people with the guns. You know what I mean? So it's like, I'm just like, I don't want to be in, like, my dad used to like, so if you got to take a gun to go somewhere, then you shouldn't be there, and I'd be like, whatever.
Sound logic, bro. Dude, that sound logic, bro.
I'll be back in the morning, you know what I mean? And then, like, yeah, I don't want to go nowhere where I have to do that. Like, if I even think I have to be able to protect myself, then I don't need to go. It's not like I'm going in the outdoors where I should take a gun because possibly a bear or something. You know what I mean? Something from the wild.
That's a pretty good rule of thumb. If you need a gun around other people, you probably just go somewhere else.
Yeah, don't go, man. It's not worth being there. It's definitely not fun. So I try and stay away from all of that shit. And like my friends, they carry guns and stuff. I'm just like, man.
Like I tell my son that. I go, you know what? I've never been in a situation where I felt I needed to have a gun.
Yeah.
Things, of course, out of your control, and
yeah. I'm talking about where I have to like have a,
Yeah, you could be in the right place. You did everything right, and it could still go south on you.
Right.
But thank God, I've never been in a place that's like, man, I wish I had a gun at that moment.
No, I wouldn't be the guy who's like, oh, let me go help. It's like, no, I'm trying to make sure.
Think about all the places or those tragedies that have happened, like the Colorado, the guy at the movie theater. I mean, you would never expect to take a gun of a movie theater, but if that shit broke out, I'm pretty sure you probably would have wanted a gun at that point.
Well, you know what the old saying is: it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
But that's the thing, though. It's like in that moment, though, like you just said, that guy, I told you the situation where it was fighting and he took the gun from the guy and then they still shot him. So why would I pull my gun out and try and help that situation and be trying to get in a firefight with this guy, and they come in and shoot me thinking I'm the guy who's the active shooter? Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like that could go both ways, man. It's like, it
goes both ways, but more likely than not, if that's going down and you have a gun, you're pulling it out, and you're going to worry about.
I'm actually
you're going to worry about. Yeah. You're gonna worry about all that after, dude. This is what happened right here, and I'm gonna pull it out.
Yeah, because like my brother was telling me, my brother's in law enforcement. He was like, dude, if you shoot somebody, you know what I mean, like as far as like an intruder, things like that, he's like, ain't no prosecutor gonna fucking, bring charges up on you. Then it's gonna be an open and shut case. Yeah. Now he's like, if you shoot somebody and your gun is all decked out with targets and all this other shit, they're gonna question your shit. You know what I mean? Because they're going to be like, well, what was up with this dude?
So don't get targets. That's what you're saying.
Well, you know what I mean? Like if it's all like sported out and, guy has a bullet in his back, then, they know that he wasn't, you know what I mean? Like
in the back of his head.
Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't like self-defense, you know what I mean? It's like a very thin line, you know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%.
But most people aren't going to do that. Most prosecutors aren't going to bring you up on charges.
Right.
Hey,
But
man.
that won't change the fact that the family may go after you in a civil trial.
That's what I'm saying. All of that too. You know what I mean? Like if you're in the shooter, oh well, you didn't need to shoot him. Then that was the job of the police. Blah blah blah. It's like, hey man.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Let me change the
By the way,
subject.
he had a mental breakdown. You didn't have to kill him, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, you better be fucking sure you had to do it if you did it.
Yeah, I'm only doing that if you try and carjack me, if you try and, you know what I'm saying, come in my house, you know what I mean? Because look at Ken Velasquez. That dude was molesting his 4-year-old son. He caught him, you know, slipping and shot at him and shot some other people. And this fool, no bail warrant or in jail for no bail. You know what I mean? Like,
I would have another set of laws for that case. I know there isn't, but that's
crazy.
What's the story?
So it was his 4-year-old son.
Got molested by some dude, right?
Some guy that I guess his family members, somebody in the family member owns a daycare center where his son gets watched at. The guy who was molesting him lives there but doesn't work at the show. His parents, it's like at their parents' house. You know what I mean? You know, people out here have like daycares at their house and stuff.
And then what happened? He went and killed that guy?
He shot at him in public, like he chased him down. They were on the freeway and stuff. He's shooting at him, and he shot the other person in the car instead, like the passenger or whatever. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And
that was a guy and a chick?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure who was in the car, but the guy who he was trying to kill was in the car, but he didn't get hit.
Okay.
The other person did.
So then he went to jail for killing that other person?
They didn't die.
Nobody died.
But that guy molested his son, and his son said it happened multiple times.
I feel like Cain Velasquez could have just fucking killed that guy with his bare hands.
And that's what they were saying, you know what I mean? Like, but you got to understand where he's coming from. You know what I mean? Like
100%. There's no fucking
anybody in that. They shouldn't even be. They should let that guy out of jail. He should be able to, build his team and try and get what he can to. He shouldn't be in jail right now. And the person who molested his kid is walking around.
Cain Velasquez, the fighter, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude,
he was a heavyweight champ, I think, at one time, right?
Dude, not saying this, but I'm gonna say it. Would you pick Cain Velasquez's kid to molest?
But that's what I'm saying. That dude has a problem, so he don't care whose kid.
He might have not even known whose kid that was, dude.
Yeah, he was just
dude. But
that dude needs to get.
I'm sure if you told him, hey, this is, he probably wouldn't.
I mean, he shouldn't be fucking with a kid.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He shouldn't be doing it at all. But I'm just saying.
Come on now, like. That dude deserves to get burnt at the stake right now. Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, there's no way you can't even justify him. It would have been better if he would have hit him. He would have shot him or beat him up or do whatever. I think it was worse that he did. He went after him, he chased him down, and then he shot the wrong person. He shot an innocent person. You know what I mean? So if nothing else, they're gonna get him on endangerment and all that type of shit.
Right.
They gotta do
tragedy of the part that he got the wrong person.
It'd be like you chasing somebody down and you run over a pedestrian.
It feels like something I've seen in a movie.
Yeah, it's like Ron Artest. Not to obviously this is totally different things, but Ron Artest runs into the stands and like fucking punches on the wrong fucking guy. It's like the innocent guy. He's the one who fucking. It's just a fucking confusion of a.
You ever seen the movie Irreversible?
What is this? I've heard of this movie, but it's not coming up right now.
It's one of the toughest movies to watch.
Hey, fellas, I gotta drop off, man.
All right, Remo.
All right, Remo, man. Good to see you, bro.
Great seeing you, bro. Let us
know if you're coming down.
I will definitely. You guys will be the first to know. All right, man. Peace.
Peace.
Dude, Irreversible is such a hard fucking movie to watch. It's Monica Bellucci.
I like me some Monica Bellucci.
Yes, it's
I like to eat her Fanucci.
It's her real life husband.
I don't even know what that means. Okay.
It's
Go ahead, Monica Bellucci.
And it's a real life husband at the time. Plays I guess boyfriend, husband in the movie. And the movie's
lucky man.
The movie's told in reverse. So you're actually.
I'm not a fan of these. Memento.
Dude, this one, I'm not going to tell you it's a great film. It is just incredibly graphic and hard. It's got two scenes that will leave you numb, and then it goes, from the end. Then you see how we got to that point at the.
Is
At
it a
the
good
beginning.
movie?
It's almost unrewatchable. There's nothing.
But is it a good movie?
Redeemable?
There's nothing redeemable. It's not a bad movie. It's just incredibly disturbing.
What's another movie that fits into that criteria? I have one.
To me, it's irreversible. That's my number one most.
Leaving Las Vegas. That one's hard to fucking watch.
That one's hard.
Remember that one, Bum?
I do. Why is that? I wouldn't have thought it fell into that category. Why is it?
Oscar winner for Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage is a fucking raging alcoholic, and he's just
Yeah.
killing himself slowly.
I get it, but
But you're okay with that?
well, no, it just sounds. It sounds like what he's.
It sounds like
describing.
our life. I get it. All right.
No. It sounds like what Hialeah is describing is much more graphic than that.
It's
Well, this one is graphic too, in the sense he's killing himself, and Elizabeth Shue is the
yes.
prostitute, and she has to deal with the shit she goes through too. Like.
Yeah. No, I saw that movie. I didn't see Irreversible.
Dude, if you guys want a movie to review,
Are you seen both? Are they
Yes.
close or no?
no.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Watch Irreversible. No kids around. You might be a little crazy if you watch it with your wife, but then maybe you're not crazy if you watch it with your wife, because it's very fucking disturbing, dude.
All right. Let's lighten it up here for a second. I'll give you my.
And we could critique that movie if you like.
I don't think I want to watch it, dude.
That would be very interesting.
I don't think I want to watch it. You gave me the platform, dude. That one was tough to watch.
That's a tough movie to watch.
Yeah.
That's not rewatchable. I don't want to watch it again.
No.
Okay, but that was tough to watch because it wasn't good versus graphic or something.
I don't think that the movie was not good.
I don't think it was bad.
I thought the concept of it, and
It
then
was interesting.
you also think of it as like a microcosm of society.
A metaphor, yeah.
Yeah, like the people in the top get the most, and the people in the bottom get the least. I thought there was some redeeming. I'm not gonna go watch it again.
Me too.
You know what I mean? But I did think there was certain things about it that were original and interesting.
I remember seeing that in the height of the pandemic.
Yeah.
I think we watched it around the same time.
That was a pandemic movie, definitely.
Yeah. Okay. So another segment I wanted to add was a player of the week. Some player from some major sport, whatever. It could be anything. Olympics, international, national. And it could be totally random. I wanted to kick it off. And I thought it'd be cool to get somebody who was maybe not super, like I say, player of the week is Michael Jordan. We all fucking know who Michael Jordan is and what he's done. You know what I mean? There's no secrets there. But maybe somebody that, is not well known, but kind of interesting. And I don't even know where I got it, dude. I found, let me share it to the stream if I can.
I need to get more wood.
Go ahead. I'll find this thing. You know what? I'll wait for him to come back because I want to bounce it off him too. So every time I'm about to tell a good story, somebody fucking leaves. You guys are shitting on my stories, dude. Did you hear the Tom Brady story earlier?
What was it?
This whole Pro Football Talk article that came out from Mike Florio.
No, I haven't heard anything about it.
I'll try to recap it fast before the bum comes back because he's heard about it. That Tom Brady retired because he really wanted the Buccaneers to cut him, so then he'd be free to go sign with the Dolphins and have a deal where he became partial owner of the Dolphins, and they would bring in Peyton from the Saints, and then when Flores saw him on the yacht and then filed his lawsuit, kind of blew that whole thing up for Stephen Ross and Tom Brady. So then later he decided to come back, but part of the deal for him to come back is that they would fire Arians because he never liked them and all that bullshit. That was kind of the synopsis of it.
You know what? That's a big ass entanglement, but
Speaking of entanglement, I want to get into that, but go ahead.
I always thought that whole thing on the boat with Flores and Brady out of nowhere, always sounded weird. It never made any sense to me. Brady meeting
bullshit?
Yeah. No, not that it was bullshit. I believed it was true, but it was just weird to me why Brady involved, because at that time there really wasn't nothing. So now hearing that story, it almost makes sense.
Well, yes, it makes more sense now.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing of it is that Stephen Ross is desperate to win a championship before he dies.
Yes.
Almost to the point where he's willing to, which the Browns did, get Deshaun Watson. He was willing to tamper to get Tom Brady. So he's almost willing to do just about anything. So, willing to tank, willing to pay a coach to tank,
I'm not. I don't doubt the story.
None of it surprises me,
No.
really. But it's an interesting. And does anything surprise me about Brady?
Definitely.
No.
And not only is Brady connected to Ross because of his Michigan ties, but he's also
I didn't even think about that, to be honest with you.
Yes, but he's also connected to the owner waiting, Bruce Beal. Bruce Beal wants to really get Brady more than Ross.
In what way is he connected to him?
That it's Bruce Beal that really has wanted Brady.
Okay, but is there a connection between them other than he likes Brady?
Brady has hung out with him at his yacht, and there's been some social interaction.
Yeah, Brady's like a yacht
relationship.
He's like a yacht boy now. He likes yachts and shit.
Yeah.
You know what? Fuck that guy, dude. I hope there's a J. Edgar Hoover moment for him. I hope those pictures of him and Gronk come out later and they're held against him in some way.
You know what? I hope it's not Gronk, because I think Gronk is just a big fun guy.
Yeah, that's the kind of guy they go after, a big fun guy.
I don't even think Gronk was a Patriot guy. I think that's why he hated football and eventually got out of it.
He hasn't decided yet, right, if he's coming back?
I think he
Gronk?
really hated the Patriot.
Gronk is coming back. I think he's back.
He confirmed?
I think so. Yeah, but he doesn't want to go to a training camp or some shit.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Anyways, have you guys ever heard of the Florida Floridians or Miami Floridians?
I remember them, but don't know any of the history. I remember them being mentioned, but don't remember any commercials. Don't remember anything other than that. Knowing of them.
That was a basketball team, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I remember something in.
Where did they play?
In the.
I'm gonna give you a little bit of history. So this is my player of the week this week. You see him up there?
Yeah.
Lonnie Wright.
Yes.
Yep.
Florida Floridians guard. So before I get into Lonnie Wright, I'll tell you what the Florida Floridians are.
Is that Darrell Wright's father?
I don't think he's related to Darrell Wright. So the Florida Floridians, also at one point the Miami Floridians, not too fucking original with the names, were an ABA franchise who started first as the Minnesota Muskies. They were a charter ABA franchise.
Muskies?
Yeah, that was their name, dude.
What a freaking name, bro. Muskies.
What is that?
Well, yeah, the Miami Floridians sounds great next to the Minnesota Muskies, right?
Yeah.
What the hell is a muskie?
A smelly
it's the
person.
musk. It's the scent that you gave up. So it's somebody that smells.
The scent of a man.
It's like the players have they have a scent.
Yeah, it's not like scent of a woman. Hoo-ah! It's scent of a man. And I guess they were doing so bad in Minnesota. They had terrible attendance, 2,800 per game. He decides to sell them to Florida. They moved the team to Miami. A little tidbit is they sold a guy named Mel Daniels to the Indiana Pacers, who was supposed to be the most lopsided trade in NBA history. That was part of the funding. They go down to Miami. Terrible following down here. Also, they even played like in Tampa and some other places. So they played at the Dinner Key Auditorium. I think they played in the Miami Convention Hall. They played all over the place to try to drum up interest. They couldn't do it. I found this card somewhere in my stuff this week randomly. Super cool card from 1972. And I was like, fuck, who is this guy? Whenever I find some random shit, I just look it up. And what's interesting, have you ever heard of this guy, by the way? Anybody?
No.
What's interesting about this guy, and I'm sort of obsessed with this subject, and I've been wanting to do a show about it for some time. He was a dual sport athlete. He played in the same season for the Denver Rockets, who were the ABA team for Denver at the time, and the Denver Broncos of the American Football League before he switched to Miami.
What was he, a corner?
He was a safety.
I have a couple of questions when you're done.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead. Ask away.
So, when did the ABA run? Because I never remember seeing the ABA.
The ABA merged with the NBA at some point in the 70s.
I think I started to watch basketball in 1980.
Me too. 79, 80.
Yeah, 79, 80.
Yeah, so not all the franchise. It's sort of like the AFL. Not all the franchises made it. This particular Miami one folded before.
And wasn't Dr. J an ABA guy?
He was.
And
I think Gervin was too, right?
Who?
George Gervin.
Colonels or something?
George Gervin. I think Moses Malone.
And Moses Malone came straight out of high school.
Yeah, but I think he was ABA.
Yeah, ABA NBA merger was 1976.
Okay, so 3 years before I started to watch. Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions?
Just a comment, and I think I mentioned in the chat. I started to watch that Lakers show.
What did you think?
Really good, to the point that there's stuff there that I didn't know about, and I started to look it up. Like that guy, the coach, McKinney.
You're all caught up?
Yes.
I had to look it up too. I never knew that, dude. That's crazy.
I never knew about that guy.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna go take a quick bathroom break because I might watch that. I don't want to spoil it. I'll be right back. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
I thought you said the more I talk about it, the least you feel like watching it. So you're going back on your word.
Well, now that John recommended it.
Oh, because John recommends it. It's now you're gonna watch it. But when it was me,
I'm gonna walk away like when you do when I talk about Brady. Bye.
Wow, dude.
So,
I've been telling him for like 2 weeks, dude. It's the best show I'm watching right now, and it's
Shut the fuck up.
Excellent, dude.
yeah, I have to agree. And I started to look up some of the things because I didn't know,
Me
a little before my time of watching basketball.
Right.
And that whole thing with McKinney and the way that the last episode ends actually happened. It's
crazy.
Like, I never knew. It's like a whole world I never knew about.
I looked that up, and I also looked up the guy that was friends with Tarkanian, that he really fucking got killed, dude. They really fucking that all happened.
Yes,
That's
all of that stuff.
That's fucking crazy, bro.
And also, I heard now that they're gonna do. They had like a little reference in one of the episodes to Donald Sterling, the Clippers guy.
Yeah, I saw that.
They're gonna make a separate show like that of Donald Sterling because supposedly that guy was out of control.
Hey, but dude, John C. Reilly as Bus.
I gotta tell you, man.
He's gotta win something, right? He's gotta win something, dude.
I'm a big fan. even the worst things that John C. Reilly has done, I have enjoyed.
Me too.
The worst things.
Yes. Did you watch the movie where he's going out with Marissa Tomei and her adult son is and he has to contend with her adult son?
I like me some Marissa Tomei.
I do like my Marissa.
You've never seen that movie? I don't remember the name of the movie.
I think I've seen everything from him. So
Look up that and look at him and Marissa Tomei, and the movie will pop up. It's not the best movie, but the performances are. Dude, the guy's he's a talent, dude.
yeah,
He's a talent.
Just so you know, for the record, now that both of you are hammering me with the movie, and believe it or not,
He can't just let it go, dude. He just cannot let it go. We've already moved past that, and you still have to defend yourself.
let me make a statement, dude. Jesus fucking
make a
Christ, bro.
statement. That's criminals make statements.
No,
This is what I'm putting. This is what I'm.
Jagger,
putting
Hoover
people.
made statements.
This is the stance we're taking, my people. We've
You just fucked it up, dude. Okay, because I was about to say two people I respect and love.
Oh,
Now, you just fucked it up. Have now recommended it to me, so now I'm being pushed.
Okay, now you might see it. Now, when you hear it coming from Milton,
I'm not fucking watching it.
Milton's the stamp. Okay, now,
Let me tell
now,
you,
I might see it.
Milton has given me a lot of duds. I'll tell you that, because he is into a lot of like mindless stuff sometimes for entertainment value that like I'm not that into. You know what I mean? Like maybe like War. What was the one that he wanted to watch at Nettles last year? War for Los Angeles or some shit.
I'm gonna say that Nick, my son, had the same opinion. He said he said it a little nicer. He said, hey, Dad, like Milton's given us a lot of cheesy sci-fi movies to watch.
But that's like his forte, and I do like a lot of same movies he's like, and I watch a lot of same movies. But lately, he's giving me a lot more like unbelievable sci-fi things that I'm just not. And I do like sci-fi, but like, anyways.
And this is from a guy that used to watch Creature Feature and B movies.
Oh, I love Creature Feature, bro.
But I can't do that so much now. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I enjoyed it. It had its time. But
I remember Creature Feature. You're not going to watch Creature Feature and The Man with Two Heads at this age, right? Because you remember that they always played that one. The guy with the two heads, it was a big fat guy, and then they put the head on this.
Well, you see, I have to also
It was terror, and it was set somewhere like in the Florida Everglades. Dude, it was so bad, bro.
Yes. And then later it kind of reinvigorated itself with Mystery Theater 2000.
Yes.
Where I used to watch all those cheesy movies and they were making fun of it. And then it was funny, like The Incredible Melting Man.
Oh, I remember that. He was an astronaut.
Yeah. And oh man, that was hilarious.
And his spacesuit melted to him.
And he was just, throughout the movie, he was just like falling apart.
Yeah.
Until he just turns into a pile of goo.
Yeah, dude, that was pretty legit.
Milton would recommend that movie seriously now to you as, hi, Aaliyah, you got to watch this movie. This is a really good movie.
But it is funny, dude, how some people will be like seriously behind a certain movie, and then you watch it and you're like, what, dude? And then you'll recommend a movie to somebody and they'll be like, ugh.
Everybody has one of those movies that
he has a lot of them, dude.
Yes. Well, it's almost like all of his movies.
I'm just at this point in my life, I don't want like major plot holes. If I get like a major plot hole, I'm just like, I'm out, dude. In a movie, like if it's just totally.
For me, if it's just too fucking damn predictable. I've seen this before. I don't want to spend my time watching something I've seen 800 times,
Seen another version of this already.
Yeah, that's usually it for me.
Yeah. All right. Can I finish with my player of the week, dude? Lonnie Wright, dude. Two sport athlete. He played in 2 leagues in the same year. and there's only a couple of guys who did this.
Was anyone else at that time doing it in the NFL?
No, but a couple other guys who've done it. As far as these two sports, NFL basketball, Otto Graham, we talked about him before. He actually won a championship with the Rochester Royals of the National Basketball League.
Dude, what a badass that guy was, huh?
Yeah,
That guy's fucking awesome, dude. I love
That guy doesn't he gets the respect, but it's just been so long now.
Yeah, we forget.
But that guy was a baller, bro.
big time.
He did it in basketball. He did it in the AAFC. Then they said, well, that's not the NFL. He went and he did it in the NFL.
Did he win 10 championships or something like that?
He won a ton straight. He won like 6, 7, 8 straight or something.
He played in 10 championship games in a row. He didn't win them all. He won 4 AAFC championships. He won that basketball championship, and he won 3 NFL championships.
God bless.
And he was in the Coast Guard.
Yes. And I think he coached them too later in life. And then this one would be surprising to you, dude. Bud Grant. You guys remember Bud Grant?
Minnesota Vikings.
Well, we all know him as the coach primarily, right?
Yes.
But he
I
was
only
also,
know him as a coach. Is
he
he
was
still alive?
apparently he is, dude.
He hasn't died?
Wow, he's 94, dude.
Yeah, dude. He was
Wow.
he was a National Football League player, and he was a NBA player in the same season.
Dude, you know what it is? That guy lives. Does he still live in Minnesota in the freezing cold? I think that preserves him.
Well, his boy was like the GM for the basketball team, which I think was the Lakers, Minneapolis Lakers, and that kind of helped him, you know, to sign and play with them as a reserve. And then after a couple of years there, he called the Eagles, who had drafted him, and he went and played with them, and he also played in the CFL.
Holy shit, look at this guy's. He was born in Wisconsin. That's freaking an ice cube. He went to college in Minnesota. That's an ice cube. And then he coached the pros in Minnesota. That I'm telling you, the cold has this guy probably died 20 years ago.
And then the other person who did it was Ron Whitby. You guys ever heard of that guy?
Ron what?
Whitby. I have him on the screen right now, I think.
No, I've never heard of him.
Oh, I hate to do this. Are you done with Lonnie Wright?
Well, yeah, pretty much. Just to wrap it up, it was interesting that he played 2 sports, and it was a Florida-Miami tie.
Well, absolutely, and that I barely ever remember. I remember that name, the Floridians, but if you would have told me it was baseball, basketball, I wouldn't have been 100% sure.
Now, look at this uniform. You see the uniform?
Oh, that looks like the Miami Vice thing.
Well, the Miami Heat use this uniform,
Yeah.
which is it's a nod to this team, actually, is what it is.
That's a nice uniform.
Now, right here, they're showing Chris Bosch's uniform. Funny little quick tidbit story. My wife went with the kids to the playground with a couple of their friends from school. They always play on roadblocks online, you know, so they get home and they like meet up in the chat or whatever, and they start playing these video games online together. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I guess that's cool, but can we take them to play in real life with these kids, you know? So like finally they worked it out this week, and she went today and they played in the park, you know, like in the old times.
Like normal kids?
Yeah, they went and played in real life. And then she was like, she always used to call Chris Bosch La Tortuga because he looked like a turtle head, you know, kind of, yeah. And she goes, oh, the lady, the grandmother of the lady, she's on vacation from Texas. And who's Chris Bosch? Is he the turtle guy? And I go, yeah, Chris Bosch is the one you used to call a turtle guy. Oh, she's the baby. She's the nanny for his kids in Texas. And I'm like, oh, I don't know what he's doing in Texas. I looked it up. He launched a hip hop album recording studio in Texas, and that's what he's doing right now. And this lady, who's the grandmother of one of Nina's classmates, is the nanny for his kids, which was kind of cool. Anyways, tied that all in.
I was gonna swing back to something else.
That's it for Lonnie. Lonnie Wright.
Not the father of Darrell Wright.
No, I'm gonna keep this card somewhere. I think it's cool, vintage looking, weird little conversation piece.
It looks like it's in decent shape.
Yeah, and rest in peace. He did die of heart failure, early 2000s.
Hialeah, you know what's another thing I was shocked about? How Jerry West was portrayed.
Totally opposite of what you thought, right?
Like what I thought.
Yeah.
The
Completely.
logo.
It's a 360, right?
Yeah.
He always looks so put together.
Here's the logo of the NBA, and he's portrayed like a nut job.
Yeah, total fucking psycho.
All right, back to
He's always been seen. I always saw him like the architect, you know, the one that put in the Lakers together, you know, and molded the team. I'm honestly, I'm dying to see, watching how Pat Riley came up. I'm dying to see how they made the jump to him from where he's at now in the show to when they make him the coach. I'm dying to see that part because I don't remember it.
You know what's interesting? Spo, that guy wasn't an assistant coach. That guy was the video coordinator.
Very, very much like Riley, right?
Right?
Yeah, except he wasn't an ex-player, though. That's
Yeah.
But very similar. That's a good point.
Anyways, back to Hoover and Brady.
Did Hoover have him on the list? He did.
I would. Who else is on that list?
Nancy Pelosi.
Fauci.
For sure. Any top government people would be on this list.
Trump.
Yeah, for sure. Any president would be.
Yeah.
And then I think some media people too, because of their influence.
That's why I mentioned Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But it would be much easier to have somebody on your list nowadays. Cell phone.
Well,
You really felt the same way back then. It's just we're seeing it from.
Yeah. Now you wouldn't really have a list. You would just have their Twitter account.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean.
That would be part of it, yeah.
Like it wouldn't be, hey, go tail that car over there.
Yeah.
You see here.
Yeah, back in the old days, they were probably parked outside, you know,
Yeah.
down the block, you know, 24-hour surveillance. You don't need that now.
It would be like, hey, just follow him on Instagram and
Let's look and see what he's looking up. You know, what websites is he visiting?
subscribe to his YouTube channel and follow him on Facebook and check out his tweets, and then you'll know everything you need to know.
Or even worse, do a Google search.
Exactly.
Put on TMZ.
I tried to see if Remo would give us information on the poll. He's talked to me about the flat earth and the polls and shit like that before, but
So when I said flat earther, I offended him.
probably that's probably why he left.
No, he didn't, bro.
But in those circles and stuff, there's something going on in the polls, supposedly.
I do know a guy and the guy is he's an engineer, and he's a flat earther, man.
It's almost incredible in this day and age, right?
You know what's weird? I find weird about that, because there's like a different take on it sometimes too. It's like they don't all agree on the whole everything about it, but a lot of them will agree that there's some sort of dome on top that you can't get, which I honestly, when I was a kid, I assumed there was, for whatever reason. I assumed there was some sort of like bubble. And then a lot of them will say that the other planets are spherical, or a ball but just not this one. This one isn't.
Yeah, I remember how I kind of derailed his thinking, and I thought that he would have been a little bit more entrenched in it so he would rebuff me. But I told him my adventures of when I took a cruise, basically. And that kind of threw him off a little bit.
So he wasn't hardcore then.
I guess he wasn't prepared. He still stood by his argument, but you could tell that he never had thought about that.
What was the cruise that you took?
Well, just basically that I've been on a cruise, I've seen the horizon,
Okay.
I've traveled beyond it, and he didn't really have an answer for that.
I've always heard you mentioned the planets and all that. I've always heard that those are holes. That's where we breathe through.
Like the stars are little holes on the top of the bubble and shit.
Yeah, like in the top of the cup, and they poke holes so we could breathe.
Mm-hmm.
And then they just shine a light, but
Mhm.
not enough light gets through the little holes.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how we breathe inside the globe.
Yeah, I haven't heard the breathing part of it, but I have heard like those are little pinholes in the roof of our. There's
That's
movies that allude
That's like
to
when
it.
you get a snake or something, you gotta poke a hole for it to breathe.
Yes, in the box. There's a whole thing with the curvature of the Earth that they always reference too.
Yes.
Where let me see if I get this theory right that they say.
What it is they put two poles, I think, a mile apart with a light, and then with the laser beam, they try to make sure that they're both into the ground at the same height, so they should be perfectly level, right?
If it's flat,
right, and it's never perfectly level, and then they constantly have these.
So if it's not level, it tells you that there is a curvature.
Of course.
And I'm sorry, I missed the part. What is the advantage of not talking about that the Earth is flat?
I always this is the question I always have. The rebuffing of this that I've always heard from them is it's about control, which still doesn't make sense to me. And also, again, something about the South Pole, where they don't want you going to the South Pole because there's some shit there that'll like just fucking set it off.
All right. So the goat always says that I'm a fence straggler.
You're
This is how I describe myself a little bit more. So
the fence straggler.
I'm a hitchhiker. Okay, in the street.
He's on the fence and he's like making fun of both guys.
So I'm a look at it this way. I'm a hitchhiker. I get picked up, and I'm driving with a guy or a girl, and they start telling me all these theories. And for about 120 miles, I'm like, yeah, absolutely. I believe that. You're right. I think the same thing. And somewhere down the road, maybe at 200 miles, they just go off the cliff. And it just, I can't be there anymore. There's just, they go way too far.
They've gone one too many.
And I gotta tell them, and I start looking around. I'm in the car, and hey, you know what? Actually, I think drop me off right here.
I gotta get off.
Get off right here. And I agreed with them for like miles and hours. We're in sync. Yes, absolutely.
What makes you get off?
It's always something. It's always like they push it just a little too far. Much.
Yeah.
Just a little too much.
You know what happened? I like conspiracy theories and all this shit, but then when I get with somebody who's just takes it a little bit further than me, I'm like, wait a second. I'm also kind of like that.
Dude, that happened to me that happened to me the other day in the store with a regular customer that we have. And
do tell. I'm sure
a regular customer. He's the guy that always buys the Masters of the Universe.
Okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
And the not that guy. It's another guy that he's like in medical. Not the guy you're thinking. Not the little dude.
Oh, okay. I know them by their purchases, not necessarily by.
Yeah, there's two different Motu guys. The
There's
guy that
one buys like the Origins ones, the retro ones.
yes. So he dude. I don't even remember how the conversation, what we were talking about, but it just took a turn that I was like, okay. Don't keep this thread going. Avoid at all costs. You got to get out of this topic. And it went a little bit further, and I was like, oh my god.
Yeah, because Hialeah will be in the car ride with you, and he'll be like, "Flat Earth, okay." And then at the end of the ride, he'll be like, "It's round," and then he'll just get out. And well, you were nodding your head the whole time, dude. What are you talking about, bro?
Dude, because it was like, dude, I don't even want to put up.
What was he talking about, though?
I don't want to bring it up. I don't want to bring up the topic.
He's not gonna watch, dude. Trust me.
No, I don't want to bring up the topic, dude.
Now you built it up too much.
It's disturbing.
I really don't want to bring.
Was it a political topic?
Yeah, it was a political topic. I really don't want to bring it up, but I was like, I don't want to even try to address or. I just got out of it, dude. But yeah, it's how did we start this?
I have no idea how we got on this.
I was a fence straggler.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, you're a flat earth. You were thinking to become a flat earther, you're saying.
No, I wasn't. But it's always like I usually could believe or I'm in agreement to a certain point.
Yeah.
It feels like boom.
Yeah.
The floor drops out.
Well, this guy, the floor dropped out right from the beginning of the conversation. And I was like, fuck. It didn't even get to the hours. It was the first, and I was like, oh shit, where did that come from?
I don't know how this came about in the episode. I'm sure I kind of started it at some point. But the reason that I thought about this recently is one of my favorite people to listen to on podcasts or most of the podcasts is where I listen to is Eddie Bravo. You guys ever heard of this guy?
I've heard of him.
He's boys with Rogan. He has not been. He's way out there. Flat earther. Every single conspiracy. He's boys with what's this crazy guy? InfoWars guy.
Alex
Jones. So I listened to this podcast, and it's a fun podcast. They talk a lot of shit, dude. They're in the conspiracy theory game, and once you're in the conspiracy theory game, you gotta be all in if that's your thing, right? Like my show is about conspiracy theories.
Randy, I'm sorry. Before you go on. Mm-hmm. So what makes you like this podcast and listen to this podcast?
It's fun. I think conspiracy theories are fun. I think they're fun to talk about. I don't think there's any harm in them unless you act out in any crazy way. I think they're really fun to talk about. I think talking about things you don't know that nobody knows and what could be. I find that
fascinating. It's fascinating.
To me, it's fun. It's just I love it. So I listened to this guy's podcast. I know he's out there. But he had Eddie Bravo on and Alex Jones on at the same time recently. Eddie Bravo had not been on any Joe Rogan podcast since he went to Spotify, which is not surprising for me. I'm pretty fucking sure that like Spotify, when they gave him $200 million, he said, "You're not bringing this fucking wacko on anymore," and he hasn't.
Eddie, what is he famous for, though?
He's famous for 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, which is one of the biggest Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu academies in the U.S. He has hundreds of charters. He was the trainer for I'm not a big UFC guy. He trained I can't remember the guy's name recently. He fought for a belt, and he lost. I wish I knew more about UFC. I'm fucking it up right now. I don't remember his name. But he's famous for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Is really his thing. But he's also a big conspiracy guy, and he just launched his own podcast on something I can't remember the name. It's like a new platform. He's a flat earther, and he was on the show, and he always says things that are interesting, and then he was talking about the flat Earth shit again, and it's always about the curvature, and they brought up. You remember that guy who went up on a rocket and killed himself recently? It was
Killed
like last. He died. Like he was according to him, the media portrayed him as a flat earther. He wanted to go up in a rocket and prove, like a homemade rocket, and go high enough to prove that the earth was flat.
I
did not
vaguely
hear about
remember
that.
that. I didn't know he had died.
Yeah, like it went wrong. The rocket went one way and he went another way, and he died.
Wow. I gotta look that up. What's the guy's name?
I don't remember, dude. Look it up.
Wow,
I-
I'm pretty good at knowing when things get launched from the earth. I didn't hear about that.
This was some homemade shit in the desert, and then he always has an angle. That's why I like to listen to him. They always have like an explanation to why he was like, that guy wasn't a flat earther, dude. The media made him look like a flat earther to make us look stupid, and blah blah blah, and all this shit. Does
it take anything away with you knowing that he's all in on every one of these?
He's all in on every single one.
Does that take away something for you as far as watching it? Like, it's like, do you feel sometimes you're wasting your time listening to it? It's like that.
No, I look at it as entertainment.
Okay.
But you know what?
And he's really good at it because he always has a angle right away, and it sounds like he believes it.
I look at somebody like that believes if you believe every absolute conspiracy that there is.
Well, let's see. I'll play Eddie Bravo. You throw me one out.
Listen, if you believe every conspiracy theory, I believe that you believe that you're living in the Matrix. Because that's what the Matrix is.
He does.
Exactly. Because at the point where you think that everything is rigged and faked.
Well, wait a second, though. The Matrix is not rigged and faked. The Matrix is a simulation of reality. You still have free will within there, and there's different paths.
Okay, so maybe that's the wrong term, but at the point that you think that everything is rigged and faked, you're living in some alternate reality. Right?
What's alternate? Why couldn't it be just reality?
No, it obviously is reality, but there's nothing to trust, and there's nothing that's real.
He's always trying to find the angle, and sometimes there's an angle, right? You got to figure out what's the angle. Why are they doing this? I'm not saying I agree with his whole everything, but I do like that he's always trying to find the angle, and there is always an angle.
But see, and I think that thinking is flawed, and that's where I get off the road many a times, because sometimes
something is just what it is.
No, they create such an elaborate thing to do such a small thing. Example, like we caused like a major war, and we did all this to make this light turn green. I mean, it doesn't make sense.
Here's one personally that I always think about, and then recently I learned something that maybe you guys know about it or maybe you don't, but I'll tell you about it. Do you ever wonder why? Do you guys subscribe to any mailers that you get like news emailed in, maybe from different sources?
Yes.
No.
Okay. I do too, Bum. I get CNN, I get New York Times. I get a lot of them, and I kind of then like piece it together. Yeah, a lot of the shit we talk about in the podcast, that's where I get it from. I get them from all of them.
I get that too. I get those.
I don't discriminate. Or maybe you watch them, maybe you read, but do you guys ever wonder, wow, the articles from all these different sources a lot of times are like the same. Maybe the view can be a little bit slanted, what it means or whatever, but the articles are, how do all these, it's not like I got the Daily Bugle over here and I'm looking for my own stories, and then this one's, it almost seems like they're in unison with the articles that they're putting out. Have you guys noticed that?
Yeah.
It's almost like something comes up and there's like an immediate rebuttal.
there's this thing, and I can't remember the name right now. It's this conglomerate of news that they get together and they prepare the articles that are going to then be disseminated through all these different channels. You guys heard of this thing? I can't remember the name. It's I think it's British, if I'm not mistaken. It's like this group of news people that, like, it's not the AP, but it's something like that, and they get all these articles and then boom, they get pushed out through everywhere. So whether you read CNN, Fox, Washington Post,
it's an aggregator of news.
yes,
And they're the ones that determine what you see and where you see it.
or the worst ones are the ones that tell you, here's this, and you should feel this way about it.
Right.
Well, wait a sec. Just give me the fucking news. I will determine how I feel about it. Like radical, like all they give all these labels and all these, things. What the Hunter Biden one was, when that was around, the laptop, was experts say, or 50 experts say, but none of it is factual. Expert opinions say. So it's all about like the wording, and if you, depending on
that, I'm sorry, that's like when I've said,
I'm all over the place, I know.
That's when I've said, like, like the nightly news is just reading of major story events with not that much of a personal opinion either way, while CNN and Fox is the news.
It's for opinion.
With them telling you how you should be looking at it and what you should be thinking and what their experts are interpreting and the way they want to present it to you from their point of view.
Right.
So, yeah, there is those differences.
Yeah, that's one thing that's weird to me, that all the news things come from like one fountain and then, come down from there, and then from there.
There is a third, which is
the people who get censored on YouTube.
Well, yes, but like from a major perspective, I see also is like public television, because they're not driven by sponsors; they're driven by donations.
But unfortunately, nobody watches that shit.
Well,
right?
Well,
the older generation does.
But
I would say the over 60.
Okay.
A lot of what we would call more like just plain facts are presented in that light, right?
And I love those. You sent me some of those. I think they're great.
Frontline's phenomenal.
Fox,
what's that?
That Frontline is phenomenal.
Yeah, Frontline is very good.
They try to remain more factual, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Because again, they're not driven by commercials and sponsorships and stuff like that. It's pure endowments, donations, public money.
And they do have hits, bro. They do have hits. Downtown Abbey was a phenomenon there for a minute, dude. That is a love series. So it's not like they're putting out trash.
You know what I heard the other day? That in 2020, I don't know if it was 2020 or 2021, 70% of the advertising dollars came from pharma in the US. So 70% of all advertising you heard on national news networks were pharma.
Dude, they're the big boy in town right now. It used to be steel, then oil. It's pharma's the big boy in town now, dude. And the one and after them, it's gonna be the tech. Tech is right there.
And we're one of only 2 countries that even allow it.
Yeah, it's crazy. But they're the big boys. They're the big influencers, dude.
They show you these commercials with all this music, and they're holding hands,
Yeah, but then they rip off a 35-second disclaimer on everything that's going to happen. You'll bleed from the ass, your eyes, your ears will fall off, and your dick will never work again.
Suicidal thoughts.
Yeah, when they do that, all they're doing is covering their ass. We let them
Yes.
live. Not that it probably happens a lot, but there are cases if they're stating it.
It's almost like pharma has replaced big cigarette
Yeah, exactly.
by a million times.
By a million times.
So, anyways, that was, I don't know why, but I listened to that podcast and it's funny to hear. They always have an angle, and I do when I read an article, I always think, what's the angle? Where are they going with this?
Yes, but remember, some of those. Do you guys know what a Rube Goldberg machine is?
No, I know who Hank Goldberg is.
Is it like
In your spare time, look up Rube Goldberg.
is
Well,
that
we
like
have spare time right now. Tell us.
that's like a thing that solves riddles or some shit like that?
No, it's a very complicated machine that does very simple tasks.
Okay.
There's a whole shitload of cartoons that were made about that, right?
Yeah.
You would see them, like
The Roadrunner.
Roadrunner, Bugs Bunny would have very complicated machines that would do like crack an egg, right?
Yeah,
And do
yeah,
all
yeah.
this kind of gadget. A lot of conspiracy
A mousetrap. The world's greatest mousetrap.
when you strip them away, it's like, wow, like why would you do all that when all you have to do is this, which is a lot simpler?
Yeah.
Why would you do all this to do that?
Yeah.
And that's kind of like
Well, those are easy though. Those are easy.
And I'm not saying all of them. I'm not saying all of them because look, the fact is when you look throughout the history of man, there are plenty of examples of conspiracies that have been no doubt true.
Well, let's step back in time. Let's not think right now what angle, because right now you get, Ukraine, Russia. I'm sure a lot of people are like, what's going on here? Is it, is there something else there? Is there whatever, what's involved? But let's go back in time. We've seen a lot of things that happened that then, there was an angle to that, right?
Right. That's what I'm saying.
But there was a legitimate angle. It was
absolutely
a news story that came down, and then
the reason that's what I'm saying. The reason you can't discount conspiracies altogether is because we have evidence of real ones that have occurred.
Right. Yes.
But that is not a blanket statement to say 100%. That everything that you come up with is true.
Yes. Yes. Right. I agree. Right. I agree. Right. But with that, I still when I see a repeated thing a lot, I always think, where are we going with this? Why is this coming down so much? Why is this one? Why is that being? You know what I wanted to ask, and he left already. We haven't talked about this on the air. Do you guys think anything about the Will Smith, Chris Rock slap thing? Is there anything to that?
I've thought of a ton of things. By the way,
and there's another one I want to talk about that we haven't talked about. It's been a while.
The Oscars banned him today for 10 years.
Oh, really? Because he had resigned from the.
He resigned
last week, and today they banned him for 10 years.
He can't do a Zoom. He can't do anything associated with them.
But he could do movies and make money.
And he could still win.
Yeah.
So once he just can't go attend.
Yeah,
I guess
he'll never.
He can't go to a party. He can't do anything.
It seems a little empty and hollow.
Yeah, what the fuck does he care?
Man, that one was, to me, it was weird. It was.
He pretty much already had punished himself by leaving them.
I think he's just a kind of a tortured guy,
Yeah, dude.
And it just boiled over.
His manhood, and he just felt he needed to get his manhood, and he failed miserably, dude.
It has to do with that, and he still obviously loves her very much.
Yeah,
probably
he's heartbroken, dude.
Yeah, more than she loves him.
Yeah,
and he wanted to do some sort of brave movie thing there, that he did, thinking that was like,
Dude, he's a broken man, dude.
and then she's probably not even that impressed with him.
Yeah,
You know?
he's a broken man. That shit's over, and he just doesn't see it.
But even before this, they've talked about that couple being very, very strange, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And even by today's standard, to some degree,
Yeah.
being very, very strange.
Well, they had an open marriage, but it
Exactly.
always seems like it's her call. It's not something he wanted.
Seems like she's the one opening the door, and he's like, "Hey, we're okay. Just don't open the door."
It's okay, but I'm just going along. You know, he doesn't look like he's all in.
I have to say, I know some people that have open marriages, and I'm telling you that in every instance that I know of, the guy always gets left out.
Yeah. The guy always gets fucked.
Or not.
Or
Yeah.
not.
Yeah.
The
But,
wife gets
Poor
fucked.
choice of words, but yes.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
but the guy always at some point is like, wait a minute.
What happened? What happened, man? What happened?
I thought that every time we were going to do that, it was going to be together, and the guy gets left out. I won't say screwed or not, but
It never ends well for him.
it never ends well.
So, do you think it was staged at all?
No, I don't.
It's a random act.
Yeah.
I won't. In this case, I will not discount stage.
I,
You know, in today's day and age, dude, you show me anything, and I'll be like, I won't. You know, maybe my percentage will be lower or higher, but I won't say no way.
And maybe
There's almost anything I won't say no way to.
And maybe if this was an award show of molecular biologists, I could believe that it wasn't. But the fact that this was a show about actors getting awards for acting, it's certainly possible that they staged it.
Hey, and what is it about actors that we love so much? If they were real life people, we wouldn't like them, right? Because what do you look for? You always say in a real life person, you know, a bad trait is like, man, they're fake. Oh my God, they're just acting. Oh my God, give them the Academy Award, dude. They don't really feel that way. Oh my God, that person's not who we think they are. And that's all these people do, dude. Like they get awards for pretending to be other people. Really. When you think about it,
they're really in love with themselves with all these awards.
Well, yeah, that is, they just want the acceptance, adulation, besides
the glamour, the attention,
and they do not live anywhere near what the real world is, dude. They live in think about a guy like Will Smith, who at a very young, you know, he's more years of his life he's lived in this fake Hollywood world that he has
in the spotlight.
In the real world, you know, you think about Michael Jackson too, even younger, you know, like in this not real world that they live in, they don't know anything about real life.
Dude, we have no idea what it is to walk in their shoes, bro. We don't know what.
There's that too. You go and eat dinner, you know, like I listen to Rogan a lot, as you guys know. I hear him complaining about that more and more. Rogan is nowhere near. He may be, dude. I don't know. Is he as recognizable as Will Smith?
Yes, I would say yes.
At this point, right?
Yes.
But it's been more of a recent phenomenon for him. Probably.
Last few years, probably more so since the pandemic. He's only grown, I believe.
Yeah, Will Smith. Well, I don't know. The Spotify for me, I don't think it's.
No, but I mean. But when he wasn't on Spotify, it was during the pandemic when he really blew up. Everybody was watching it.
Yeah, actually, I think he's lucky to have gone on Spotify because he would have been burned on YouTube.
For me, I guess it's different because I don't see, and I guess it depends on your age. I don't see Rogan as somebody that suddenly got famous. Like, I've known him for a long time, going back to Fear Factor. So, to me, it's not about being famous now. To me, it's about longevity with him.
Yeah, but he's really blown up. I mean,
Well, what
bro,
he complains about now is like he can't go out to dinner. People come up to him and like, hey, I'm eating. I'm here with my family or whatever. Like his life has changed in that way. He can't go out to, he's not anonymous anymore.
right.
But I think he would have been burnt earlier if he would have just been on YouTube, especially with all a lot of his thoughts on the vaccines and fucking COVID and all that. They would have banned him. He probably could just fucking start his own shit now at this point.
Yeah, he's massive, dude.
He probably needs to do that. He kind of hinted at that recently, like, if I have to fucking, edit my shit or he did a recent episode. I want to watch it. It's with this, I can't remember the fucking guy's name. They held it back for like 2 months and they finally let him release it, which was a controversial episode. I think the guy was like a former radical Islam guy that then like got out of it or something, and I don't remember the details of the show. I'll watch it and I'll let you guys know. I have it on my to-do list. But yeah, it's weird when those people get too famous and they don't fucking have any attachment to reality. But I would believe any angle. I would assign a certain probability to any angle on that whole slap thing. I would assign a probability to, it was just a random act. Yeah, he's crazy. Yes, they planned it. But the one I really want to hear about, Bum, and you're balls deep into this, Bob Saget. Tell me about it.
Oh my God.
It took a minute to register.
Wow.
You're the de facto leader on information on the podcast on Bob Saget.
Yeah, I think the Bob Saget thing is two things, right? Number one, it's, hey, not everything is the way you think it is. And then on the flip side of that, it's also a cautionary tale of where things could go if unchecked, and depending on who starts to add to it, right? But at a quick glance, you look at the situation, you say, man, this is weird. This is weird. All jokes aside, this is weird. Now, this goes back to my comment as eventually I have to get off the car because people go too far, right? But on the surface, super weird.
Yeah, it's not an open and shut.
No, it's really weird. Some guy like relatively healthy but has COVID at the time, is found dead and supposedly from blunt force trauma, yet there's no blood in his place.
Let me stop you for a second. If it was 10 years ago, would you say COVID right now is kind of like the flu? I know that was a big, oh my God, no, don't say it. It's something comparable, right? Kind of.
Yes.
10 years ago, nobody said he died. And you know what? He had the flu while he died.
No.
Nobody, like
No.
that never happened.
But still, the flu's always been a big killer.
100%. But you never heard.
Nobody ever said that. No.
Somebody got murdered or died. And you know what, dude? They tested positive for the flu while they were.
Yeah, you never heard that.
But
why would we even test them for it?
Exactly. But there you highlight the whole overboardness of the conspiracy theory, right?
Well, also a change in the times, right?
Right.
Anyways, go ahead. That one I had to.
No, I mean, I'm not going to really go down that rabbit
hole.
Go
down the rabbit hole, dude. You've done it before. Do it now.
Other than it's super strange, but then there's a bunch of stuff that's been created from that, right? He was killed because he died from the vaccine, right?
Well, that's obvious.
And they're covering it up. He was killed because, which is the other one? He was killed for some. I can't even keep track of
Okay,
all.
but let's not talk about the crazy ones. What do you think happened?
I don't know.
If you had to guess,
I couldn't guess because how is it that somebody dies from blunt force trauma
Mhm.
and there's really no evidence of that other than the hits to the head?
Uh-huh.
I mean, okay, if he slipped and fell somewhere in his place, there's no evidence of that.
Well, there was a lot of carpeted area that could have caused some sort of
Obviously,
injury.
A lot of
Obviously,
tile
nothing-
area that could.
obviously nothing was stolen, right?
Nothing was stolen.
There was a lot of carpeted area, and that was their final determination that he hit his head on a carpeted area that was hard underneath, right? That was their. I mean, I'm not saying that's what happened, but that's what they said happened.
Real quick. What
Yeah.
position? What position was he found in?
He was in bed.
He was in bed. Okay, face down, face up. You don't know.
I think face up.
Supposedly, they said he hit his head at some point, got up after a little spell, made it to bed, and then that was it.
Yeah, went to sleep and never woke up.
And they can't find where he hit his head.
No.
They can't pinpoint it, but there was carpeted areas. You know, like say you know, some beds in some places have a raised thing, but it's carpeted. It's an old school thing. I don't know. It's a Ritz-Carlton he was in.
Yeah.
That's what they said. To me, the weird thing about it is the blocking of pictures of the crime scene that the family doesn't want to get out.
That's another thing.
That's the funny part.
The family is blocking autopsy pictures, official records around it. Now,
And certain pictures of the crime scene.
right. So, does that mean that Bob Saget had like a 42-inch dildo in his room and it's laid out on the table and maybe he hit his head and died from something else, but they don't want to show the pictures with the 42-inch dildo? Or there's a stripper on the floor or what? I mean, why block that?
There was an adjoining suite to his,
Or maybe there was drug paraphernalia.
which is odd, right? For a guy by himself, isn't it?
You would think
I
he
mean-
had enough money not to have that.
No. I mean, he had it rented for him too.
Oh, okay. He had both.
Yeah, but for a guy by himself, it to me, I don't know. He's a traveling comic at this point in his career. He's not.
Yeah, Full House.
He's not in his
Right.
Full House days. He's not one of the top comics in the world. He's a traveling. Yeah, he's at the Ritz. He's doing all right.
But think about it. Maybe it's the curse of being famous. Maybe those guys do that to make sure that like there isn't some crazy fan that gets right next to them or sees them in the hallway right next to them. So they kind of buy some privacy for themselves that way. I don't know.
I guess, dude. I've never met a Bob Saget.
Yeah, they think they're in one room when they're actually in the other one.
Or just to have that extra buffer so somebody's not like right next to you that could start like knocking on your door
Yeah.
or whatever.
Maybe. All right. That could be. Or you could have had 50 strippers in the fucking room next door.
Or he could have had 50 strippers with a line of coke going around.
Edgar Hoover was in the fucking suite next to you.
So this is like the new Epstein case.
No, Epstein is way juicier for me, at least.
You're right. You're absolutely right.
I mean,
You're absolutely right.
you know what's crazy, dude? With all this Epstein Maxwell thing, nobody went down. Who went down? Nobody.
So the Bob
Nobody.
Saget thing ties into many stories. The story of people who have had famous people who have had the vaccine that have died. Betty White's one of them.
But she was 150 years old. Dude.
I get it. There's also John Stockton saying that he has a list of 200 athletes that have died on the field.
That's bullshit.
That's what he's saying. John Stockton,
So what is it? Nobody's told him to produce the list?
Yeah, he's not gonna publish it.
I don't know the latest on that, but he said he has a list of 200 athletes that have died on the field because of the vaccine,
And they're just keeping it hush hush.
and he's going to present it.
When?
When?
He may have done it already, but that's the last thing I heard. He was going to present.
He's with the pillow guy.
Mike Lindell.
Yeah.
I mean, the one I always hear when I hear that conspiracy is they refer to soccer players and myocarditis, and there's a lot of inferior soccer leagues. You know, like it's not like NFL and NCAA. There's like, you know, all these countries that have their own soccer leagues, and then they have an A, a B, a C, a D, and sometimes even an E, and you know, even you could go down the line.
But you know, it's funny because one of is it the New England Medical Journal or one of those major super top rated medical journals has talked about myocarditis, and it's not something that they deny. It's something that is clearly documented by, you know, serious medical people. So
I'm not saying it's fake, dude.
you can't say it. You cannot say it's fake. Because
Right.
true. Right? Anyways.
John Stockton says he stands with Kyrie Irving, and Aaron Rodgers claims to have a list of hundreds of vaccinated athletes that have dropped dead on the field.
What's hundreds? It could be 900. It could be 800. It could be.
It could be 200.
Yeah.
It has to be at least 200 to be hundreds.
True.
Where's this list, though, dude? I want to see it.
I'm not sure if he's produced.
I remember he had the issue where they banned him from, I think it was college or high school or something, for not wearing his mask at the arena.
Yeah.
It's almost like this story is also dying, especially with everything that's coming with Ukraine. So he might just be waiting it out where nobody's asking him for the list.
I mean, COVID died as soon as Ukraine came out. Who are these ladies?
Wow. Who's that in the middle?
I don't know.
Yeah. Who is that in the middle? She's got a nice tan.
It's a family show. Damn, John Stockton only averaged 13 points a year.
Yeah, but like 14 rebounds.
No,
I'll say he
Ten and a half
averaged
assists.
assists 2.7.
Yeah, not rebounds, assists. How many assists?
10 and a half.
He's the leader, ain't he? Didn't he pass Johnson?
For career, maybe. You remember that guy who came on the show and tried to tell us he was better than Jordan?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd be interested in seeing the list.
Of course.
Yeah. Because we can't name one.
That was a fun show.
I mean, we watch a lot of sports. We can't name one, right?
No, and I can't even think of people dying just period.
Yeah, it's not just it's dying because of the
Right, but let's
just
take
dying
it back.
period, dude.
Yeah.
it's dying period. When's the last one? When's the last one? I can't.
What's the last athlete to have died?
On the field.
I mean,
I remember that guy that died for. I bet you it's high school students. A lot of high school students happen.
well, college maybe, you know.
I think that wasn't it the guy from Minnesota Vikings, the big lineman,
Corey
something, Fuller. Or,
Stringer.
I think you're on the right track.
Hoover?
Stringer. Was it Stringer?
Sewell of dehydration, right?
Yeah. Hank Gathers died like of a defect in his heart while they were playing basketball.
Yeah, but that guy was doing crack, right?
No, his was a heart defect.
Oh, I don't know about
Hank Gathers, the one that died from the cocaine,
He was doing drugs too,
that.
bro.
Bias.
Len Bias is the one. Hank Gathers had a defect, a heart defect.
Len
Okay.
Bias was the cocaine one.
Yeah, he was the cocaine right like 3 days after being drafted.
Reggie Lewis.
Reggie Lewis, that was his heart too.
Yeah. Okay, here I found some. Let's take a look at this. 4/6/21, 29-year-old ex-professional Giuseppe Perino collapses during a charity game for his dead brother and dies. Jesus, that's a tragedy. He charity game for his dead brother and he dies during it.
Wow.
That's like
Table
a
tennis.
devastated family, is what
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah.
Jesus.
July of last year, 38-year-old table tennis professional
Table tennis professional.
dies deadly and unexpected. December of last year, footballer Christian Eriksen collapses lifelessly during a European Championship game. He can be revived if he needs a pacemaker for the rest of his life. What does that mean?
That's the guy that collapsed during the game, but they had to open up his heart and massage his heart on the field.
I don't know.
That was a soccer player, like I think last year.
Yeah, December.
Yeah.
It says here. June. I'm sorry. What is this date? 22/6/21.
6/21/22.
Okay, June of last year.
Oh no, wait. 6/22 of 21.
Okay, Jesus Christ, these dates are weird the way they put it. He died while warming up for training in Hungary. Olympic speed skating champion, seriously ill after vaccination with heart problems in hospital. Couple in Germany here. 3 in Germany in a row. Collapses with cardiac arrest. But dude, like,
It's a lot of Germans.
yeah, like there's no like New York Yankees on here or Miami Dolphin quarterback. I don't want anything to happen to him too. Like there's nobody we really know here. Why are they all in Europe?
Seems like it, right?
Belgium, Austria, Germany.
They have the
France,
AstraZeneca version of the vaccine.
Turkey, Italy. Oh, look, Venezuela to change it up. A marathon champion, heart attack. That could have happened any year, though, right?
Yeah.
A fucking marathon runner. Luxembourg, Germany, France, a lot of Europe. Italy, an unnamed football player.
Is this John Stockton's list?
I don't know. It could very well could be.
Jesus.
Double heart attack for this guy in Great Britain, 17 years old. Denmark, Netherlands.
Have you guys ever witnessed somebody having a heart attack?
No.
No.
Me neither. Me neither. I had my buddy. He was actually my store manager at the time. We had a guy have a cardiac arrest on one of the registers, dude, and I think the guy died in his arms.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I was off that day. It happened like on a Saturday, and I work. He would work Saturdays. I would work Sundays, and it was pretty crazy. Right in the checkout line.
Let me see if you guys lived the same childhood as I did. What is the TV show you saw that depicted somebody having a heart attack the best during your? Well, I don't want to say the best, but most memorable for you.
Did it have to be on camera?
I'm talking about a dramatization of one TV show.
So an actual, you're seeing it, okay? It's not like it happened to one of the characters off air or something.
I don't remember exactly if they show him having the heart attack on camera or not. I think they did, though. The one
Whatever I say will make me sound really old.
Which one is it? I'm not.
The one I'm thinking of happened in the 80s. 80s TV show that was pretty popular. And it was the first time that I remember like seeing somebody having a heart attack, on
Nothing jumps to mind. I'm sure when you say it, I'll remember, but nothing.
You probably will, dude.
Nothing's jumping to mind.
Mine is from the 70s.
All right, go ahead, shoot.
Emergency 51.
Oh, I love that fucking show, bro. That's the California guys, the paramedics.
Yes,
And then they went to what was the name of their hospital?
Rampart.
Rampart. Oh my god, that was a great show, dude.
See, I'm John right now in the car, and I'm hopping out, dude, because I have no idea what you guys are talking
Dude, that
about.
show was excellent, dude. I love. Remember they always had like a California Fire episode, and that was like a two-parter.
Yeah.
Dude, so that show was great, bro.
They could still be having those shows.
The nurses had the little caps. Remember?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it was a show of the beginning of the paramedics.
Paramedics, yeah. Excellent show.
And they would always have, like, the first few minutes of it, there would be these quick calls they would go on, and it was always one last call at the end that was really complicated. And
it was a lot like it had the same. It had the same formula as Chips before Chips.
Yes. So all of my first medical emergency situations came from that show because it was pretty graphic for that time.
Excellent show, man. Excellent show. I'm glad you brought it up. I think maybe for me, not a heart attack per se, but just the whole medical thing. For me, I really like Quincy.
Wow, Quincy, the medical examiner.
Yeah, he was the forensics guy. I really like that show.
Are any of you guys? Sorry, go ahead, Bum.
And then finally, I think probably the most intense hospital thing, the earliest version of the most intense hospital stuff was probably St. Elmo's.
St. Elmo's was excellent.
St. Elmo's Fire?
I'm sorry, St. Elsewhere.
St. Elsewhere.
Okay.
It was the equivalent of was it Hill Street Blues? They were for cops, you know? That they looked at it seriously.
Yes. And a lot of times the patient died.
Yeah, it wasn't always happy endings, yeah.
Right, which in previous things it was always a happy ending.
Correct.
Are any of you guys fans of any of the CSI type shows?
When it first started, I was into it for about 2 seasons, and then I fell off.
I never really watched them. But what was your show of the 80s?
Yes,
I'm gonna give it to you in a second. Let me finish the CSI thought for a second. Why'd you fall off, Hialeah?
The gimmick. I got past the gimmick.
It was always the same thing. We have some sort of crime, and you always knew at the end it was going to be wrapped into a little bow tie.
Yeah, but it's when you got over the gimmick, because you remember the gimmick was how graphic and the illustrations, and they were so fucking graphic. Once you got past that, it's not that good. It's the same, like you're saying, it's the formula.
Yeah, they would at the end it would be okay. We got the bad guy, and then your cops or whatever will be back next week. There will be some other perpetrator graphic thing. Boom, we got, and then like, all right, how many times we're gonna keep watching that? Anyways,
it's repetitive. It's kind of like Walking Dead. How many?
Obviously, they're successful. There's a lot of people who like them,
and there's
they wouldn't be around.
There's spin-offs.
Yes, but Hialeah, you would have to say then that the more subtle, more nuanced version of the CS was Quincy.
Yes.
Because
without the graphic.
Exactly. He was like ahead of his time.
Yes. It was. I would compare Quincy with the Rockford Files, was a lot like that as well.
Or a little of Columbo.
Columbo as well. Excellent show.
Let's get a little nippy out here, guys.
Okay, so what is it? What's your show?
All right. I believe it was called Family Ties.
Yeah, with Michael J. Fox.
J. Fox. His father in one of the episodes had a heart attack. You guys don't remember this one?
Don't remember
that.
Wow, you guys.
I don't remember.
I feel like Michael Corleone talking to his sister, or who does he say it to? You disappoint me. Who does he say that line to?
Fredo?
They say it to you remember the line, right? He says, "You disappoint me."
Who does he say that to?
You disappoint me.
He says it to somebody.
You break my heart.
No, you're breaking my heart, Fredo. That's a big famous one. But he also does say you disappoint me, right?
Don't remember.
You can't remember that line?
Don't remember.
Let's see if you fucking people remember these lines, dude, from Godfather that I have here for you.
Okay.
Heidi, I throw you a fucking meatball right here. I'll give you the beginning of the line. You tell me the end of the line. I'm going to make him an offer.
He can't refuse.
You got it. Okay, bum. Revenge is a dish.
Best served cold.
Absolutely correct, sir. A man, this is going to be a little harder here, Hialeah. A man who doesn't spend time with his family
Is not a man.
You're close, but the actual line
It's not really a man.
cannot be considered a man.
you guys are close, but the exact line is can never be a real man.
Can never be a real man.
A man who doesn't spend time with his family can never be a real man. And bum, you've been known to do this. Leave the gun.
Take the cannoli.
Take the cannoli. I got one more here, bonus one for you. It's a Sicilian message. It means Luca Brasi
Sleeps with the fishes.
sleeps with the fishes. There you go.
By
You
the
guys
way,
don't remember? You disappoint me.
I still think I was 100% sure that our movie madness would end with The Godfather being number one.
Me too.
Yeah. I have no problem with Casablanca ending up there, but I didn't think it would. And I didn't think it would certainly face off against Pulp Fiction for that time.
Yeah. Hey, real quick before we go off topic,
That's all.
how do
we
you guys interpret revenge as a dish better served cold? How do you guys interpret that?
That's an interesting question.
I interpret it as the harsher it is, the harsher it is, the better the revenge is, That's kind of how I take it.
Like, I'm going to give you a plate, but it's going to fucking be cold when you fucking get it.
Yeah, cold food is never good.
How do you take it?
Unless it's a salad.
How do you take a goat?
Yeah, I kind of agree with what he's saying, but I haven't really thought about this much. But yeah, like, I'm not gonna give you a nice warm plate while I fucking take my revenge.
This is the way I take it. I take it. Revenge is a dish because so when you're giving the revenge, right? It's better served cold. I've always interpreted it as wait until your pain, your anger subsides, and buy your time. And when the time does arrive, you serve it when they're not expecting it. When it could be years down the line, but it's almost like when the Godfather goes back to Italy and he kills.
I really like this.
That's the way I take it. You bide your time, and you serve it cold with no emotion. They're not expecting it, and you just do it. That's the way I've always interpreted it.
That's interesting.
So it's almost like, okay, you fucked me. I'm gonna cook up this revenge. I'm not gonna give it to you right now. I'm gonna leave it here, and then like it's gonna be who knows when it's gonna be. But when you don't expect it, and I think it's right, I already cooked it. I knew I wanted to give it to you a long time ago when I made it, but now I'm gonna. I like it.
That's how I've always interpreted that. I was just wondering what you guys thought.
That's a good.
I like your interpretation better than mine.
Yeah, yours is much more detailed. By the way, I don't remember that line in The Godfather. Though where I
don't even remember who says it.
Where I remember that line
Somewhere else
is from Star Trek Wrath of Khan.
Oh my God, Roberto! Wait, Montalban. What's his first name?
Ricardo.
Ricardo. Yeah, Fantasy Island. Fantasy Island.
Your fantasy's
Mr.
over.
Rourke.
Yeah, Mr. Rourke.
That's where I remember that line from, not The Godfather.
Have you guys ever gotten sweet revenge on somebody? Sweet, sweet revenge. It can be sweet. when
You know what?
Deliver it.
Damn, dude. No, you know what? This is private. I can't. I'll say it in private.
Okay.
No, it's in private. It's in private.
All right. You can tell us later.
Yeah, I'll tell you after, but it's in private.
But it is sweet, right? When you can deliver.
Yeah, you know what? It is sweet, dude. It was super fucking sweet, and it wasn't like
I'm petty about my revenge.
Okay,
I don't think I've had any major revenge.
my shit was. I didn't have to say anything, and he knew what I was thinking.
Are you talking about when I said the Lakers were gonna win?
No. It has nothing to do with that. But it's like I couldn't. No, but
that was a joke, Hialeah. Okay, Jesus Christ, you're like no.
No, it wasn't that.
About that.
But it was almost better revenge. It was like it gave me validation, and he knew
that I knew
that in the end he's the one that got fucked.
Or how about,
or he didn't get fucked, but he was in the bad position at that moment.
Or how about this? There is sweet revenge only when you actually pull the levers, because sometimes a revenge happens because something happens to that person, and you have the luxury of coming by and say, "Huh."
Well, I believe, Bum, that would be
that's part of it as well.
But that would be vindication, right?
Yes.
Wouldn't that be more vindication?
But
it's almost a sweet. You could take it as a sweet revenge as well.
You know what I mean?
But I think a revenge, you have to enact it.
Right. There's
you do something
where you pull the levers and you orchestrate it.
Yeah,
for me that's revenge. If something just happens and then you're like, I told you.
That's karma. That's karma.
Yeah. Karma.
This was more. This one. What I'm trying to say is more karma. More.
Karma's more like a natural, occurring phenomenon.
That's what mine is. So
revenge is when you get back at somebody for something, but you have to do something to do it.
Right.
Otherwise, it could be karma, vindication, or.
And those are sweet too, because you could take credit with it without almost dirtying your hands.
I'll give you an example. Tom Brady going back to New England, that was a little bit of kind of revenge. Tom Brady winning the Super Bowl with the Buccaneers, that was like vindication. He didn't do it against them, but he was like, look what I did.
Yes.
I don't know. Why do I always have to tie this fucking guy into everything, bro?
I think that's exactly what we were thinking.
I don't think
he just makes for such great analogies, dude. Doesn't he?
Yeah.
What would I be without him?
You had no material.
I go to LeBron James.
He made you. He made you who you are today. Can you imagine that? It's almost like It's a Wonderful Life, but it's a Wonderful Life. The GOAT.
You son of a bitch.
And then it shows what you would be like if Brady never existed.
If Brady didn't exist, you'd be watching.
How would your life be?
I would have won that Super Bowl bat all those years ago. The Dolphins would have won a Super Bowl. You know, I would have been like all in on the NFL. And like, I hate conspiracies because everything goes my way all the time.
If there wasn't any Brady, you'd be watching the Lakers show.
As long as LeBron James is not in it, dude. When did LeBron James become? For me, I don't like him now, but I don't remember. Like, it's funny how things evolve, right? And it has nothing to do with him leaving Miami. Although I held that against him when he did. I was like, fuck. But I didn't dislike him for any reason other than that when he left here, right? I thought, fuck, he was here. We had a good thing going. He left. But then later, as time went on, I started disliking him more. I guess he became more vocal about other shit that I disagreed with, or, you know, didn't necessarily want to like hear from fucking athletes and shit. Do you guys feel the same way? Like,
totally the same way.
he evolved too, right?
I'm
Yeah.
100% with you. I totally agree.
I don't remember when he was in Miami or previous to Cleveland, like, oh my God, shut the fuck up, LeBron James.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
wasn't the influencer. His opinion wasn't such a big deal.
Yeah.
Either he wasn't vocal or nobody cared. I don't know what it was.
I sort of felt the way that we got him was the way that we lost him, so I was okay with that
Me too.
until I found out what he did to Riley and the Heat organization.
Right.
His
That they
behavior here and shit.
That they flew out to meet him, and then like he didn't show up and
Yeah.
all that stuff.
But even the other shit with the entourage that they didn't want around and he brought and all that other shit that came out later, which made him like high maintenance. Like it wasn't a Heat thing. The way he was ran.
He was a diva. He was a diva.
Yeah, like it wasn't the Heat fucking way. Which fucking shout out to the Heat who's fucking secured the first seed.
Yes.
Shout out to the fucking Florida Panthers, dude. They're fucking kicking ass, dude.
Yes.
Coming back. They're coming back from like fucking 5 goals down, 4 goals down, winning fucking. I'm not a big hockey guy, but fucking shout out, dude. They're fucking killing it, dude. Might have to watch some hockey playoffs.
Somebody, I don't know if I read something. It was something on the radio. I heard that it was somebody saying that what the Panthers are doing is equivalent to being down 38-3 in football and coming back.
Dude, they did it like twice in a row, I think, or in the same week, a couple times, like down by like 4 to 5 goals and then coming back, tying and winning in overtime in some cases. If I'm not mistaken, my mail lady is a big.
We might have something big, bro, on either side. We're really lucky right now. It's exciting time.
It would be nice for somebody locally to win something. When's the last time somebody won something here? The Heat, right?
Heat.
The Heat with LeBron.
Yeah.
Which is, we're talking what,
9 years? 9 years ago?
13? 14?
Yeah, 9 years ago.
That's a long time for a major I don't know.
Wow. So what do you think about the Dolphins then?
Well, what I'm good, dude.
No. What I'm saying is about for a city.
Yeah.
To not have any championship in any sport, a major city. Like, let's look at the major cities. Los Angeles, they had, fucking Dodgers, Lakers recently. Major city, New York. When's the last time New York had one? That might be longer than us.
Is it the Giants or the Yankees? The Giants, right?
Yankees are 09, dude. That's even further back than us.
And the Giants were like what, 14, 13, 12, something like that?
I feel like 12.
2007, I think it was 2007 and then 2011.
Yeah, something like that.
So that's further back than us.
Dallas hasn't won anything. That's a major city, no?
Since the Mavericks, right?
Well,
the Mavericks never won.
They beat us.
Yeah, they beat us.
Oh, that's right. The Mavericks did win. That's right.
Which was like 11 or 10, something like that.
No, it was 6.
No, they won it again after that. Remember, against us.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah. Who did they win against 6?
No, they did. No, we beat them in 06.
No, we beat them.
Yeah,
that was.
They only won the one time.
You're right. We beat them with Wade and Shaq. Then they beat us with LeBron and Wade.
Yes.
Chicago,
the Bulls haven't won. The Bears haven't won. I guess it's the Cubs. It's the last time they won.
The Cubs.
Yeah, which was
that was what, 2017? That was like 2017?
Yeah, 16, 17, something like that.
The Blackhawks may have won a championship.
Yeah, hockey is a hole in my repertoire. So
because we ended up getting their coach and we were kicking ass with him on the Panthers until that whole thing came out where he quit or got fired or whatever.
Well, now we got some guy, Giroud, I think, from some other team that he wasn't gonna. He's kind of a veteran, and they were out, and then they wanted him to have a chance to win, supposedly, and we got that guy, and he's kicking ass down here. So,
yeah, I heard that guy was the top free agent guy that everybody wanted to add to their team before the playoffs, and we ended up getting him.
Like at the trade deadline, and now we're like, they're wondering, are they going to resign him next year and stuff?
He was like the Odell Beckham.
Something like that. I don't think it was disgruntled, but yeah, he was like the Odell.
I saw that guy the other day in my building.
Who?
Giroud? Odell Beckham.
No, I was thinking of the other Beckham.
Oh, soccer Beckham?
Yeah.
What was he doing? Green and meat type of thing?
Well, we have the soccer team.
Mhm.
I'm on the 10th floor, and the soccer team's on the 7th. So
Oh wow,
he was there.
David.
David Beckham.
So next week on the show we'll have David Beckham. Is what you're saying? That's what I'm hearing.
I'll tell you what. That guy's a very well kept, well groomed.
He seems like the kind of guy who would be hanging out on a yacht with Tom Brady.
Yeah.
He's in that Kim Kardashian world, right? Perfect all the time. For
And
a
I
man.
noticed that no matter in the
Well made up.
elevator, even if the woman is 800 years old or 5 years old, they're looking at him.
Yeah. Commands attention.
Yeah, even the men, let's be honest, even the men are looking at him,
Yeah.
if we're being
Definitely.
honest.
Yeah.
It's like Austin Powers used to say, women want him, men want to be him.
Yeah.
David Beckham Jr.
Kind of like a Ronaldo. That guy's like the Brady equivalent in soccer too.
I don't think he cheated.
No, but I'm talking about he's got the whole world in his hands, you know?
I mean, he's a good-looking guy. He's fucking the best at the fucking. He's a guy who's full of himself, obviously.
Totally, bro.
But like, are you gonna blame him, dude?
No.
Like, you're not gonna say, dude, you all right? Yeah, okay, you got it, right?
Have at it, bro.
Yeah. I mean, there's certain people you're like, oh, fucking guy. But this guy, you're like, all right, yeah, you're fucking, you're vindicated there. You can do it.
Yeah, bro. You earned it.
World Cup's coming up.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is this year?
Yes. They
That's
just
fun, dude. The World Cup is fun.
Yeah, I want to have an episode on it.
I
they did the seeding.
I like watching the World Cup,
Let me
dude.
see
I
what-
really enjoy that shit.
I get into it and I watch
Me too.
almost every
I
game.
watched a ton the last time.
You know
We
what?
set
A lot of people at work are into, and I'm kind of surprised. I don't think I could ever get into it. Is Formula One?
Mm-mm.
Ugh.
I can't do it.
You know, I will tell you a story. There's certain sports that us as Americans. Were you born here, Bum?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry. That's not. That's not.
Where actually are you located? Are you in the what part of the United States are you?
What do you mean?
What part of the United States are you on? You know, are you from?
You mean where I was
Like right
born?
now, where are you? What part of the United States are you at right now?
He's
I'm
in
in
good old
Davie.
Davie, dude.
You're what?
I'm in Davie, Florida.
Oh, okay, all right. Just let her know.
Were you born in the U.S., Hialeah?
Yes.
Okay. Regardless,
As long as you've known us, you
I
didn't
probably
know
have.
that?
I probably have asked this question before,
That's
but
okay.
I don't think you guys. I don't think your parents had been here that long when you were born. Am I right?
I think my parents were here 3 years,
Okay.
3 or
You-
4 years, 4 years, I
Mom,
believe.
do you
4
know?
years.
It's something like that. Maybe 5 years.
Yeah, for me
Okay.
it was 4.
I got here when I was 3. The point I'm making, very American upbringing as far as sports are concerned, right? Baseball, your football, your basketball, a little hockey. We watched the Olympics, you know, that was big when we were kids. But we never really paid attention to certain sports. I think as Cuban households, we didn't pay attention to that one that you just said, Formula One. You know, we never paid attention probably to tennis too much when we were young. Soccer, not that much.
No.
Let's
Played
just
it
say,
in school though. Played it in school. That was about the only thing I really knew about it.
I do remember a time young in my park life where I did get into tennis.
I got into tennis in 1980, big time. I loved it.
Bjorn Bornson.
Bjorn Borg versus McEnroe in the Wimbledon was fucking mind blowing. That was an amazing match. 1980 Wimbledon.
The point I wanted to make is, as a sports fan, you know, because I do like competition, and you know, at one point I was into gambling, and you know, who's gonna win, who's gonna lose, picking a winner, or whatever. in my years that I went to Argentina and I hung out with rest in peace my wife's father and my wife's grandfather, Raul and Miguelito, they're into sports too. But the sports that they were into on a regular basis were so different than the ones we watch here. So it was like whenever I was there, sometimes for weeks at a time, it was like Sunday morning, Formula One. He would be watching Formula One. The grandfather would be watching Serena or Venus tennis. Rest in peace, Leandro, my boy. He watched a lot of soccer. So I was always like watching all these different sports that they watch and I never watched, and they never watched the ones that I watch. Like I sit down and watch a football game, it was totally foreign for them, or a baseball game. Basketball was the bridge.
And what does that mean to you? How do you see it then? How do you see sports as
what? It was just a cultural thing to me, but when I got to sit down and see how they enjoy those sports, I also kind of ended up enjoying them, just looking at it with them through their, lens of,
What I'm trying to ask is, I guess what I mean is, at the end, what does that prove? At the end of the day, dude, it's just entertainment. It means nothing. It's just time. Yeah. It's the great, they're all the great pastime.
They're all competitive.
It's a great pastime. It gives you a reason to talk. It gives you conversation, a reason to love, to hate. It just passes the time. It's the national, the baseball's the national pastime because that's what you did. That's what you did when you had free time.
In that country,
I don't got nothing else to do. I'm going to pass the time watching football.
In that country, soccer plays a tremendous fucking role in society because they're in a fucked up country with fucked up shit going on. Mm-hmm. But when that soccer game is on, especially if you go in person, dude, it's unlike if you guys ever go to like, and I've only experienced it in South America, so I can't imagine what it would be in Europe. But when I've gone in person to see a soccer game, the fan unloads all their frustration, all their whatever bullshit is going on, they unload it as a fan, like La puta que te parió, just screaming all kind of fucking and they don't really mean any harm towards anybody, but they're just like, it's an outlet for them to let out all the bullshit, and it's healthy, I guess, in a way. They just fucking let out all the shit, and they're very passionate, obviously, about all the fucking shit. But it was just interesting when I went to those. It was different than a Dolphin game or a Heat game or a Marlin game.
It was more personal.
Yeah, they get really fucking into it, dude. And sometimes, there's like little kids around, you're like, holy shit, they're fucking yelling out atrocities, dude. But it's like they're letting out all their fucking.
You guys never got like that when you would go to the Dolphin games?
We've been beaten down many years ago, dude. Maybe in the beginning. The last time I got mad, legitimately mad at a Dolphin game.
Okay, wait. You're going to say the last. What was the first time you caught yourself just fucking, you wanted to fucking throw something at the TV? When was that first time?
In the stadium, in person?
At the stadium, or it could have been at home, whichever.
Oh, dude, at the TV? Like, fuck, dude.
What was the first one? Or at the stadium, what was the first one that you remember that just fucking broke your heart?
I don't remember the first, but I remember the last. It was probably like a turning point. And even years after that, I still kind of fucking. Now I'm cynical. I'm completely cynical about them. I'm not invested like that. But Bum, we were there at the game together, and this was the innocence for me of still thinking we could do it. Have you noticed this change as Dolphin fan in me?
Maybe.
All right. Well, not during a game. The first I'll answer your question now. I remember, but this is not during a game, Hialeah.
Okay.
One of the first times I was just so angry at the organization, and they were close, was when they let go of Shula and when they let go of Marino. Those were the first times I was like, you just killed JFK, dude. to me. Those two things. They were like, fuck, I can't believe you did that. But the last time that I remember being like super angry was against the Ravens in the playoffs with Wannstedt, and we were just like 3rd and 5 or 6, and we just run a fucking I formation dive, you know, and not even trying. Like, that was the last time I remember being like so pissed that like we're not even. It doesn't even look like we're trying to fucking win.
That was the 2001 playoffs.
Yeah, it was not the Lamar Smith
No,
year. I think it was the one after that.
yeah,
Yeah.
we went to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I remember being there and like fucking screaming, and then there was some other people that were, you know, there's always other people that are in other stages of their fandom, and like people like reprimanding me like, hey, he's not calling the plays. Why are you saying fuck Wannstedt? I'm like, he's the fucking coach, dude. That's why I'm saying it, man.
I could give you my 3 worst losses. My
As
worst
a Raiders fan,
2 are Raiders, 1's a Lakers.
you're a Lakers fan,
I was in the 80s.
or is it because you're watching that show now?
No, I was always a Laker fan. I wasn't a Celtics, because basically that's the two places you fell in. You know, you were either a Laker or a Celtic.
Never a Celtic, any fucking team.
I was a Laker, and dude, I was devastated. I was more devastated with the Raider losses.
Can I guess one? It was the Super Bowl.
No,
Against the Buccaneers.
neither one was a Super Bowl with the Raiders.
Oh my god!
The Lakers was when they lost to Houston in the West Finals.
What year was this?
Maybe 84.
Oh wow!
And Houston had the Twin Towers,
Samson and Olajuwon.
And yeah, it was either 84 or 85, because I think Olajuwon came out in the 84 draft.
Who else was on that fucking team, dude?
Dude, I don't remember anybody else, dude.
Was Sleepy Floyd on that team? Do you remember that?
He
guy?
was in Golden State back then. He might have been with Houston. But anyway, when they beat the Lakers in that series, okay, for the Raiders, there's 2, and you're not gonna think which ones it is. It was the AFC divisional round in 1985 when we lost to the Patriots with Roger Craig as a running back, and they went and Tony Eason at quarterback.
Roger Craig.
Not Tony Eason, not Roger Craig. Craig James.
The Pony Express, White Pony.
Yeah, he was the running back, and we
Yeah.
lost to them, and we had such a great. And of course, it was the '85 Bears. I'm not saying
And then the Dolphins later lost to them, right?
The Dolphins lost the following week, and then
championship game.
yeah.
And the Dolphins had beat them in like one of my favorite games of all time in the regular season.
Yeah, and dude, that was a great. I'm not saying we would have won the Super Bowl because it was the '85 Bears, but
I think either the Raiders or the Dolphins would have had a way better chance.
Exactly.
Than them.
Dude, the Raiders had a really fucking good team. Marcus Allen tore up the league. We had lost to the Bears that year. They had beat us, but it was a close game. It was like 16-9 in Chicago. I mean, a fucking brutal game. You can look it up. It's one of the worst. I mean, as far as the hitting, crazy game. That's the worst. That's my worst loss.
That's one of those scenarios where like they're not even the second best team or the third best team, and they make the play. They make the Super Bowl.
That's who they were. And the second one is
fucking Patriots.
And it's not the Tampa Super Bowl. It's the year before when we lost to the Ravens. And
even the tuck rule, dude. What kind of person are you?
The tuck rule is the immaculate reception. Those are just bullshits. You know, those are fucking crazy shits. But actual games where nothing like that happened, when we lost to the Ravens, it was at the Raiders, and we still had Gruden. We had we had Gannon.
This was the year before.
We had Gannon. We had Rice. We had Tim Brown. We had a really fucking good team.
This is the year before the tuck rule thing.
This is
obviously right.
I think it's the year after.
Oh, because they did still, the year after they were still.
I think it was the year after, and then we lost the Super Bowl after that. But those are the 3 games. But those two Raider games, just I go back to those hurt.
And when's the last time you got angry?
Damn, last time I got angry. Damn. Give me a second, bro. You wanna say some of yours? Let me think on it.
I unfortunately have a few.
Games 1 through 365.
The epic in Miami versus the San Diego Chargers, the overtime game.
But fuck, how mad could you be about that? That was just a great game, man.
Yeah, that was
That's the best game I've ever seen, bro.
devastating because I thought we were gonna. You come back from that to lose, it's tough. Super Bowl 17.
Which is against who?
The Washington Redskins.
Okay.
1994.
Did we start that game up 7-0?
We were up in that game 17-0, I think.
Oh my god.
Or 17-3.
Yeah, it was 17 something. I don't think it was I don't think it was 17-0.
The 1994 divisional game versus San Diego, Marino's last legitimate chance. We were up 21-0 and we lost 24-21.
Who was the Humphreys? Who was the
Stan
quarterback?
Humphreys.
Stan Humphreys.
They went on to get blown out by Steve Young and the San Francisco 49ers in a Super Bowl here, which if we would have made it, we probably would have gotten blown out by San Francisco, but it would have been another Super Bowl appearance for Marino. And then the 1992 AFC Championship versus the Buffalo Bills here.
Which one?
See, in that
The
regard,
1992 AFC Championship game here against the Buffalo Bills.
Bro, the Bills just had you guys numbers. Bro.
yeah, we could never get over that hump. In that regard, if you think about the Marlins, in reality, there's been nothing but joy. Because every other year, you knew they were out. But anytime that the Marlins even gave you a little fucking thing, they did it. Which was only 2 years, granted, but still.
It was 2 fucking years, bro.
Once you got on board, it was fucking awesome.
Bro, and
I
that's
remember those runs being great.
dude, and that second one to go head to head with the Yankees in the World Series and beat them, dude, that's fucking fairy tale.
They were both, dude.
Yeah.
They both were.
I remember going to work and everybody at work the next day was like tired from watching the game and everybody was pumped and it was like really, really cool.
It's awesome. It's awesome when it happens.
It's a phenomenon,
and
everybody gets on board because we're front running phonies. But the 97 one, we went in hard, right? So everybody, there was like some expectations there. It was like, fuck, we brought in Alou, we brought in Sheffield, we brought in Alex Fernandez, we got this young guy, Levon Hernandez is coming up. Levon. Yeah, Levon.
Was it Dontrell? When did they have Dontrell?
No, Dontrell was in the other one, and that's when I was working at Publix with you. And I'll get to that one in a minute. But the 97 one, we put in the fucking money, dude. We went hard in, and we got the fruits of the fucking labor. The 97 one was kind of a surprise because we got Juan Pierre, and we got and then like
all the pieces fit, right?
It just started fucking coming together, dude. Oh, there's this guy, Miguel Cabrera comes in halfway through the season. Dontrell Willis. Oh my god, I remember working the aisles at Publix, and the people in the other aisle. Have you seen this guy, Dontrell Willis? He's won like 8 in a row. Oh my god, yeah, blah, blah. And then like, dude, everything just fucking came together, man. It was just fucking beautiful, dude. Then I remember watching those games with my grandfather and with my dad and going to some of them. And
good memories, man. Good memories.
It just sucks that it's greedy. There's 30 something teams or whatever, so it's like every city's not gonna get to experience that, but it was special.
My kids still bring it up, dude. Going to the parades with my father, and remember we went to the parades after they won with Abuelo, and it was in downtown. Oh my god.
I remember watching the great series. I actually went to, at that time, I think it was still Pro Player Stadium, and watched San Francisco Giants versus the Marlins. And Vaughn at the plate. Great series that was against the Giants.
I remember my two favorite baseball moments, and they were both with my grandfather. Rest in peace. I don't think my father did not go to the first one, but I went with him to it was Levon Hernandez pitching in the playoffs. It was not in the World Series. It was one of the first rounds. Jesus Christ, was it against the Giants? The game that he fucking had like 16 strikeouts in the playoffs.
Atlanta.
And the umpire Greg, I think, had
Greg
like
gave him like
everything, dude.
Like,
And,
he was about to throw and he was already
yeah. I mean,
like going like this.
We went on my salary. We went on my salary at the time, so we were sitting, we couldn't tell what a fucking strike or ball was. We were like, Jesus Christ, fucking, oh my God, strikeout. Later I found out, Jesus Christ, half of these probably wouldn't be strikeouts, but that was a great moment. And then we went to game 6 of the World Series against the Indians. It didn't go 7 games, right? I think they won in games. Was it? Oh, I think it was game 7, actually.
It was game 7.
Game 7.
It may have gone to the bottom of the ninth, too.
It went all the way. And again, cheap seats. The seats were so cheap.
You were at game 7?
We were at game 7 in 97. Wow. But so cheap that they opened up the top part of the stadium in center field. You could not even see the deep fly balls to center field because they would go underneath the overhang. And we got to see that with my dad and my grandfather. And then, Renteria gets the line drive over the middle. Council scores the run. They win the fucking game, fucking euphoria. The rest.
Incredible, dude. Incredible games, dude.
Yeah, dude. It was just fucking awesome. And then I didn't get to go to any of the Yankees game, but I watched every single one. And I think that was Pudge and all those. I went to the Giants, one of the Giants games. The one where Pudge has the ball, after they run him over.
They run the shit out of him, dude.
Yes, dude. That was another. Just that one came together, dude. They picked up Urbina. They got Ivan Rodriguez, and it just they had all these wacky guys. It just came together, dude. That's how it is in baseball sometimes. But
their pitching was pretty good.
Yeah,
both times their pitching was fucking good, dude.
Who was
Kevin Brown?
Who was it? Which one was it? Brown? Which one was Brown?
Kevin Brown was in the 97.
What's the first name?
Kevin
Brown.
That guy was a beast, bro.
He came from Brown, Al Leiter, Alex Fernandez.
Yes, Levon Hernandez.
That kid was that guy Brown was a fucking horse, bro.
Yeah, he was a Texas Ranger and then later a New York Yankee.
And then they had who was the number 1 pick? That was the pitcher that I think that was later. That was really good.
In the other one, it was Josh Beckett. Pavano. I think they had Brad Penny. They brought Al Leiter back. Remember, he was like a reliever.
Burnett was there too.
I don't.
Dontrell, no?
Yeah, Dontrell came up. Dontrell was almost like mirroring Levon Hernandez's role, like a rookie coming up halfway through the year. They got Conine back. I remember I was working at Flanagan's during that time.
Conine, dude.
Yeah, and it was like, oh shit, we got Conine back, dude, and fucking Mike Lowell is fucking, fun, dude. It's just
a fun time.
Yeah, it's cool when you got something.
But going against the Yankees, that was like, the Dolphins somehow going to the Super Bowl.
It was a Disney movie, dude.
Yeah.
It was the freaking Mighty Ducks.
The fucking Yankees, dude. It was the Posada, Jeter.
The big bad guy. You're going against the biggest bad guy of them all.
Mariano Rivera. They had everybody, dude. But that's baseball.
It was David versus Samson. Is that the right one? Goliath.
David versus Goliath.
Goliath, exactly.
Yeah. But that's baseball. You could get that kind of shit in baseball. I think it's easier to win a 7-game series, not a shitty team, an inferior team against another team than, 1 game in football. Usually that better team will win in football.
Usually, yeah.
Baseball, like some wacky shit could fucking happen.
Somebody gets hot.
Yeah, it's very streaky. Everything is very. You're in a slump, or you're hot, or you're tired, or you're worn out, or.
I'm gonna tell you the last time I think I got pissed, and I'm not even sure about this. I really got fucking pissed when the Cleveland beat the Warriors. That pissed me off.
Is that the one where they were down 3 times?
Yeah, three.
But
to
you're not
one.
even you're not a fan of either of those teams. How can you be so pissed?
I like that Warriors team. I like the way they played.
Okay, just as an overall sports fan.
Basketball, I like going.
I mean, if you're gonna tell me that, it's every time the Patriots won a Super Bowl, dude.
No. Oh, I get it, but
If
no,
we're,
I really
we're
like
going
that.
non-affiliation.
I really like that. No, I'm sorry. You know what? It wasn't that one. It's when the first LeBron team lost to Dallas. That pissed me off.
Yeah, I was upset about that because they were
That
talking so
pissed
much
me off.
shit, and they should have beat him.
That pissed me off big time.
You know what I remember? And you're wearing the hat, bum. I remember about that series, and that was the first series with that team where Wade was the man of our team, but LeBron was like really the man. But they didn't know. Oh,
Yeah.
do I let you be the man?
Yeah.
And they hadn't figured that shit out. And I was like,
That's
fuck.
exactly what that was.
And a lot of people were saying that LeBron was shrinking in the moment.
Yes.
Big time.
But I think Wade also was like deferring kind of to him.
There was no flow. You could see that there was no flow, man. They just didn't have
There
it.
wasn't chemistry.
It was almost like, is it you, bro, or is it me? Or who's going? Me, you? Oh shit, we're losing. No, you. Hey, me. No. Oh fuck.
That's exactly what it was.
They did figure it out eventually, and fucking God bless fucking Ray Allen, dude.
Incredible, right?
If not, it would have just been one.
Insane.
That series was lost.
Insane.
That guy hit a miracle, dude.
Yeah.
And I remember my son was born right around that. I was in the hospital when that shit happened. I remember watching it. And I was like, that was a fucking miracle.
Then we played San Antonio again.
Yes, and they fucking obliterated. They said that was a miracle. This is what should have happened. They killed us. He walked off with the cramps in that game.
Destroyed us.
Because of the AC that broke, supposedly.
Yeah, it didn't affect them somehow. It only affected us for whatever reason.
They destroyed
He
us.
actually said that's the reason that they lost.
Oh
No,
my
they
God.
got their asses kicked.
It was the
bro.
same AC, dude, for both teams. And
I remember that.
that was the most depressing series to watch because every game in that series we were down like 15, 20, and you were, sometimes you watch the game and you're like, oh, we can come back. Oh, it's 4 games in a row with that. You're like, Jesus,
Dude, and the thing is, we'd be getting down like by 10 in the first quarter.
Immediately.
Yeah.
We were like eliminated immediately, dude.
Yeah.
It was just like praying the whole game for like a miracle.
Dude, they were so good, bro.
Yeah.
They had that whole fucking pass here, open shooter, Manu, Ginobili, Tim Duncan, all drive by fucking Parker, and it just killed us, dude.
Amazing team.
Was Chris Bosh playing there? I can't remember.
I believe he was.
He played throughout all of them.
Yeah. I think it was the following season when he got those, what is it, blocks? Yeah.
Well, what happened, if you remember, is LeBron left. They kind of went into panic mode, and they were like, max contract for Bosch. We got to do, we got to keep something together here. They, and Wade was on board. We had him. And then like Bosch was never the same. And he kind of fucking handicapped us through all those years because he was on the team, collecting, not retired. That shit lasted like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
That shit fucking handicapped us.
Hey guys, I think I'm out, man.
All right, dude. Yeah, we'll wrap it
Yeah.
up.
312. I gotta save myself. I'm supposed to be. I got a feeling I'm gonna run into Milton tomorrow in a bottle of bourbon.
Is Milton on vacation?
Isn't Milton always on vacation?
That's what I thought, dude. I thought that was a trick question.
Well, what I was gonna say is when he gives me movie recommendations, I realize he has way more time to watch them. So I really gotta get like the best of give me your top. Don't just not just one you watched and you liked. Out of all the ones you watched, give me like the top 3 or 4, and then
He'll tell you something like Attack of LA or something.
yes, attack on Los Angeles or some crazy shit.
All right, guys.
The battle for Los Angeles.
That's it. Battlefield Las Vegas.
I'm sure he likes that one too. All right, I'm finding my music here. So J. Edgar Hoover, good guy or bad guy?
Great vacuum.
What?
I mean, he did like centralized fingerprinting and like an early version of collecting.
Modern criminology.
Yeah. Good or bad?
You got to take the good with the bad, right? Like every other story.
I'm gonna say overall bad.
Overall bad, but I don't think it was all bad.
No.
I mean,
I'm leaning bad.
do you think in his mind he thought he was doing bad?
No.
No.
Like he thought he was doing good shit.
I think he was righteous in what he believed.
Misguided.
Complejo.
He probably thought that the world did not, or the United States did not appreciate the absolute effort and determination that he was putting to protect everybody.
Definitely, bro.
He was the Benjamin Cumberbatch of the FBI.
Bill Burbank.
Yeah, exactly. Don't watch that movie, whatever you do.
Dude, I gotta go.
Bye, Hialeah. I'm putting my music on.
I gotta go to the bathroom really bad.
You can hold it in, dude. Hold it in.
Gotta go.
You gotta go really bad?
I gotta go really bad.
All right, let's get out of here.
I gotta go really, really, really bad.